I would like to go over the building's safety procedures and a few housekeeping items just for your awareness. So in the event of an emergency, a wall-mounted emergency push button is located outside of the elevators, and by pushing the silver button, you'll be connected directly to 911. Right below that emergency phone is an automated external defibrillator, also located by the elevators. A bright orange emergency preparedness kit is located in the front corner of the hearing room, adjacent to the IT area here on my right. Stairwells are located through the back door of the hearing room or can also be accessed through the main doors and to the right. And in the event of an evacuation, please do not use the elevators and use the stairwell. If a need to evacuate the building does arise, promptly leave through the stairwell, and once outside, proceed to the designated assembly area, which is at the corner of Granville Street and Nelson Street, and you can look for the Flamingo Cafe. Now for a few housekeeping items. In terms of the allocation of conference and breakout rooms, all rooms are located on this floor in the hallway directly outside of the hearing room or in front of the elevators. And conference rooms A and B are designated for BC Hydro staff. Breakout rooms A, B, and conference room C are designated for interveners on a first come, first served basis. And all rooms have signs affixed to them indicating who the rooms are designated for, if there's any confusion on this point. Washrooms, including a universal accessible washroom and a water bottle filling station, are located on this floor in the hallway directly outside of the hearing room. And with respect to microphones, podium and dais mics operate on a push-to-talk basis. So they're live when the light is red, and only 2 mics can be live at the same time. Anyone wishing to speak while 2 mics are live can press the push-to-talk button, and they will be entered in a queue, which will be indicated by a green light. When one of the live mics is turned off, the next person in the queue will have their mic go live and the light will turn red. All attendees of the hearing should have a lanyard, which they should wear to help us identify you as a registrant for the hearing. And you may keep your lanyard for use throughout the week, but please ensure that you return your lanyard to the collection box at registration at the end of your last day attending the hearing. Wi-Fi login details are available on the back of your lanyard. A reminder that coat racks and closet space is available near the registration table outside of the elevators. And lastly, coffee and tea will be available at the back of the hearing room all day. I will now notify the panel that we are ready to begin. The panel has indicated that there is no need to stand when they enter the room.
Here we go. Hi. Hello, I'm Mark Jackard. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for not standing up. I thought that was the first thing I would have to ask people not to do, so we're ready to roll. So, welcome to our our new hearing room. This is the first public hearing in this new space. I'm chair of this panel, and with me are Commissioners Tom Losky and Wendy Royal, and our oral hearing is on Hydro's application for approval of the net metering service. I'd like to introduce the BCUC staff team, if that hasn't happened already. Who are sitting in the first rows. Phil Stallard is the project manager. Phil, just raise your hand or something. With him are Viviana Burrison, who's the lead staff, as well as senior regulatory specialist Hilary Chung, and regulatory analyst Joachim Ram, and our hearing administrators are Daniela Guest and Lindsay Bedard. And Alex Baer is the BCUC's legal counsel for this proceeding, and Silke Kuhn, who I guess you've met, is our hearing officer. I now summarize the procedural history. The details are available on the BCUC website. BC Hydro first submitted its application regarding net metering service rates to the BCUC on June 27th, 2024, as part of Hydro's rate design application. On February 19th of this year, by order G3325, the BCUC panel reviewing BC Hydro's rate design application ordered that BC Hydro's net metering service rate proposals would be reviewed separately, and the present BCUC panel was appointed to that end on February 21st, 2025, and issued order G3925 on the same day, which provided that the entirety of the rate design application proceeding record would form part of this net metering proceeding record. On March 20th, 2025, BC Hydro filed an evidentiary update regarding net metering, which included studies conducted by Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors. The regulatory review process has included to date one round of information requests and one round of information requests on BC Hydro's evidentiary update, followed by intervener evidence and information requests on intervener evidence, and finally BC Hydro rebuttal evidence and information requests on rebuttal evidence. So the purpose of this oral hearing is to further develop the evidentiary record by allowing for the oral testimony and cross-examination of BC Hydro and intervener witnesses. The panel wishes to remind all parties of the scope of the oral hearing established by Order G23625, which excludes two topics. First, life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from different energy sources. And second, the merits of rebates and other demand-side measure programs, including the appropriateness of particular incentive levels and program design. The panel also notes that although we have not established a time limit for parties' cross-examination, we expect this hearing to be efficient and focused. We will provide parties with a fair opportunity to pose their questions, but we may interject if necessary to ensure that hearing time is used effectively. This oral hearing will generally follow the process outlined in our letter dated October 27th, 2025, and which is Exhibit A41. We'll begin with appearances, starting with BC Hydro and followed by interveners. And following appearances, BC Hydro will call its first of three witness panels. And the first witness panel will address the hydro evidence except for implementation and net injection limit. The second witness panel will be from Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors, and the third witness panel will address implementation and the net injection limit. Prior to seating the first witness panel, well, I see you are seated, but BC Hydro may make an opening statement identifying the witness panels and outlining the evidence expected from those panels, and then the first panel will be affirmed and will adopt any pre-filed evidence. Following any opening statement from the witness panel, the witnesses will be available for cross-examination, and each party who has previously indicated its intent to cross-examine may do so. Following which, BCUC Council will conduct any further cross-examination. And then finally, the panelists, the three of us here, may ask further questions. Although please note that any panel member could ask clarifying questions throughout the proceeding at any time. Following the conclusion of any re-examination of the BC Hydro witness panel for each topic, interveners who have pre-filed evidence will be called in an order to be arranged with BCUC Council, and the process will be similar to that followed for BC Hydro's witness panels. I note that the full week, this week, Monday to Friday, we've asked people to be available for this oral hearing. However, depending on how long witness testimony and cross-examination takes, it's possible that the hearing will conclude at an earlier date. But certainly we estimate that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday will be required for the cross-examination of BC Hydro's evidence, following which we'll proceed to cross-examination of intervenor evidence. All of these dates, though, are subject to change. I also wanted to briefly address the use of documentary evidence during the oral hearing. As noted in Exhibit A41, we expect all parties and witnesses to ensure they have electronic access to the proceeding record during the hearing. As such, it is not necessary for parties to bring paper copies of documents. If a document is already on the proceeding record, parties may simply refer to that document by referencing its exhibit number and, where applicable, the specific page number. If a party wishes to use or refer to a document not yet on the proceeding record as part of the cross-examination of a witness, they will need to have previously provided an electronic copy to the witness or their representative and to BCUC counsel and the hearing officer. In order to use such a document during your cross-examination, please reference the document to allow the hearing officer to identify it, and then they will circulate the document to all parties electronically. You may then present the documents to the witness and, as appropriate, ask for it to be marked as an exhibit. Regarding the scheduling for today, we plan to take a break mid-morning and mid-afternoon at appropriate time. And of course, we'll pause for a lunch break at noon. And we also may take short breaks as needed. If at any time people who are on a panel or as panelists need to have a short break, please just mention that to me, and we'll do it immediately. So now I can pass it over to our counsel. Over to you, Mr. Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to all attendees. So I have a few brief remarks. For all parties' awareness, this oral hearing is being transcribed and broadcast over the BCUC YouTube channel. I'll be calling parties for the order of appearances shortly, and in order to ensure accurate transcription, please speak clearly into the microphone, identify who you represent, state your name, and spell your last name and first initial for the record. When I call you for an appearance, please also indicate whether you have any preliminary matters that you'd like to address at this time. Finally, as there are some parties appearing virtually via Microsoft Teams, I would ask that all virtual attendees mute your audio and your camera unless and until you are called upon to speak, so as not to distract others or those within the hearing room. If a virtual attendee is dropped, there are call-in instructions which should have been included with your Microsoft Teams invitation for this proceeding. And in the event that it may be required, we can temporarily adjourn the proceeding to allow you to reconnect. And with that, I'll begin the order of appearances, which starts with the British Columbia Hydro and Power Authority.
Now I'm live. Sorry for that. Good to get that out of the way. Good morning, Mr. Chair, panel. My name is Clara Ferguson, last name Ferguson, first initial C. I'm here representing BC Hydro. With me today as counsel is Michelle Casey, last name Casey, first initial M. Also with me as counsel is BC Hydro counsel Song Hill, last name Hill, Hill, first initial S. And there are a number of others from BC Hydro here who will be sitting on witness panels, and I will introduce them at that time. I have no preliminary matters.
Thank you.
Next in the order of appearances is the Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Weafer, Weafer, first initial P, legal counsel to the Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC. With me are David Craig and Lyra Joshi, consultants to the CEC, and I have no preliminary matters to raise.
Movement of United Professionals, or Move Up.
Good morning, and Mr. Chair, I was just reflecting on how long it's been since I've stood before you in this room. It's been quite a while. I should also note, if I'm not here for the entire week, either I've been abducted or I'm online.
All
so,
right.
Don't call the police right away. Presumably my initials will be on that screen there.
Okay.
Jim Quayle, Quail, first initial J, representing Move Up, which is the union that represents the inside workforce of utility.
Thank you.
British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organization et al., BCOAPO.
Good morning. My name is Irina Mis, MIS, first initial I. Legal counsel representing British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organization, Active Support Against Poverty, Council of Senior Citizens Organization of BC, Disability Alliance of BC, Tenant Resource and Advisory Center, and Together Against Poverty Society, known collectively in this process as BCOAPO. And I have no preliminary matters to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Fortis BC Energy Inc. and Fortis BC Inc.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Commander, Commander, first initial S, representing Fortis BC Energy Inc. and Fortis BC, together Fortis BC. We have no preliminary matters. I would also add that we are not participating in any cross-examination. We'll only be observing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Community Solar Coalition.
Good morning. Chell Lim, KJELLLIEM, representing the Community Solar Coalition. I also have some witnesses who are virtually attending. We do have a preliminary matter we'd like to discuss. We seek some clarification on the greenhouse gas emissions scope. I see it's specific to life cycle GHG. I do know our expert has mentioned GHG in his testimony, not life cycle emissions. Will that be acceptable? I need to stay in your scope.
Right.
And I might suggest, Mr. Chair, that perhaps we could go through the remainder of the order of appearances and perhaps invite any comment from other parties that may wish to add any submissions on the topic.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Clean Energy Association of British Columbia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, panel members. I am Sabrina Spencer, SPENCER, first initial S, legal counsel representing the Clean Energy Association of British Columbia, and I am joined by my colleague Samuel Jones, JONES, first initial S, articled student also representing Clean Energy Association of British Columbia, and we have no preliminary matters this morning. Thank you.
EcoSmart Foundation, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. My name is Tony Hodge, Hodge. I am chairman of the board of EcoSmart, and representing EcoSmart today, I am joined with two other directors, Susan Nesbitt, Nesbit, and Dorota. I didn't write it down. Kwasnik. Kwasnik. I'm sorry about that.
Right.
We have no preliminary matters.
All right, thank you.
I believe the remainder of the appearances may be virtual. Next on the list is Charge Solar et al.
Morning, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ben Giudici, G like George, I-U-D, like David, I-C-I. And you might notice I've had to spell that a few times before. I'm part of Charge Solar et al, and I'm just announcing our presence on behalf of the group. Also, we'll be joined by Jeff McCauley, capital M-A-C, capital A-U-L-A-Y of Charge Solar, and by Steve Unger, capital U-N-G-E-R of Shift Energy, and also by my colleague Sean Pelfenier, P-A-L-F-E-N-I-E-R, from Riverside Energy Systems. And we have no preliminary matters. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much.
Next is Quaracha Nation and Seikadene Nation, together the Zone 2 Ratepayers Group.
Good morning. My name is Heather Mackey, last name spelled M-A-K-I, first initial H. I'm counsel appearing on behalf of Quaracha Nation and Seikadene Nation, together referred to as the Zone 2 Ratepayers Group. With me is Zone 2's energy consultant, Linda Dong, who is present in person, last name spelled D-O-N-G. We have no preliminary matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Residential Consumer Intervenor Association.
Good morning. My name is Nancy McKenzie, appearing as counsel for the Residential Consumer Intervenor Association. That's MC capital K E-N-Z-I-E, first initial N. I would also register appearance on behalf of Michael Vaney, the Executive Director of RCIA, as well as Peter Helland and Abdul Abamazid of Midgard. As indicated in our correspondence, RCIA does not intend to cross-examine subject to anything that may arise during the hearing.
Great, thank you.
BC Sustainable Energy Association.
William Andrews, last name A-N-D-R-E-W-S, first initial W. I appear for the BC Sustainable Energy Association. Appearing remotely with me today is Thomas Hackney, H-A-C-K-N-E-Y, first name, first initial T. We have no preliminary matters, and as we indicated in writing beforehand, we don't intend to have cross-examination unless something arises.
Thank you.
Are there any parties that wish to appear that I have not called? So I believe that concludes the order of appearances, Mr. Chair, and I might suggest that we give BC Hydro an opportunity to provide any comments in relation to the CSC's request for clarification, if they have any.
Thank you. I don't think at this time we do have any comments on that topic. I would say we have indicated that we don't intend to cross-examine CSC, and so pending, I suppose what may come up at that time, I may have an opportunity to address it, but I would say that we could probably leave it until that panel is seated versus dealing with it now in the abstract.
Great. Thank you.
And are there any interveners present in the room that would like to address any comments on the CSC's request for clarification? Hearing nothing, anyone online? And hearing nothing?
Then one possibility is that we can make a ruling on this after the first break, something like that. Doesn't that make sense, Mr. Bear?
Yes, I suppose the only comment I might have in that regard is that to the extent cross-examination starts before the break, it may be necessary to clarify the scope, but it may be that this issue regarding greenhouse gas doesn't come up, and we could deal with it then, or alternatively after the break if it doesn't come up beforehand.
Yeah, let's take our chances. All right, let's go ahead.
All right. Good morning. I will keep my opening comments brief, Mr. Chair. On Friday, November 7th, BC Hydro filed a letter which is marked Exhibit B30, which provided information regarding its witness panel composition, which I'll briefly run through now. BC Hydro, as the chair pointed out, will be seating 2 witness panels comprised of company witnesses and 1 witness panel with individuals from Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors. The first BC Hydro witness panel is seated before you. They are comprised of Mr. Chris Samby, Chief Regulatory Officer at BC Hydro, Ms. Xiaoqing Cho, Senior Manager, Tariffs and Rate Design, and Mr. Taver Barami, Senior Regulatory Specialist at BC Hydro. This panel will be speaking to BC Hydro's proposals, namely its new self-generation service rate, its new community service rate, and its community generation service rate, and its transition proposal with respect to the existing net metering rate. BC Hydro's second witness panel will be focused on implementation of the new rates and the net injection limit. That panel will also be comprised of Mr. Chris Samby, Mr. Darren Sanders, Director of Customer Operations and Analytics, and Mr. Aaron Ellis, Senior Manager, Regional Distribution Planning. There will also be a witness panel comprised of 2 individuals from Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors who authored the 3 reports supporting BC Hydro's application. On Thursday, November 13th, BC Hydro filed the direct testimony of each of its witnesses along with a brief opening statement of Mr. Chris Samby, who will read that opening statement onto the record this morning. BC Hydro's pre-filed direct evidence and opening statement are found in Exhibit B32. In terms of order, BC Hydro, of course, proposes to seat its first witness panel, followed by the Dunsky witness panel, and following that, BC Hydro's what we're calling technical witness panel. With that, I would ask the hearing officer to please affirm the first witness panel.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Chris Sandy. Chris Sandy. There we go. Try a third time. Chris Sandy.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Xiaoqing Cho.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Taver Bahrami.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now take them through a very brief examination in chief. Mr. Samvi, you are the Chief Regulatory Officer at BC Hydro, is that correct?
Yes,
And how long have you worked at BC Hydro?
approximately 10 years.
And very briefly, can you summarize your professional or educational qualifications?
Yes, so I've worked at BC Hydro for approximately 10 years. For the last 4.5 years, I've been the Chief Regulatory Officer. Prior to that, I was a Senior Regulatory Manager. And prior to that, Director of Policy and Communications. And prior to that, Director of Policy and Reporting. Prior to working at BC Hydro, I held several positions with the Government of BC, including Chief of Staff to the Minister of Energy and Mines. My educational background, I have a Bachelor of General Studies from Simon Fraser University and a post-baccalaureate diploma in Public Sector Management from Thompson Rivers University.
Thank you. And could you provide a summary of your involvement in the net metering application and the topics you're here to speak to today?
I reviewed and approved all aspects of the application, and in particular, as Chief Regulatory Officer, I'm responsible for decisions related to rate design. So that would include the proposal around the net billing compensation mechanism, the new community generation service rate, and setting the proposed energy price.
And can you confirm that your pre-filed direct testimony in Exhibit B32 is accurate?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections you need to make to that evidence?
No.
And do you adopt that evidence in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Cho, turning to you. You're the Senior Regulatory Manager, Tariffs and Rate Design at BC Hydro, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you worked at BC Hydro?
I have worked at BC Hydro for approximately 17 years. I've been in my current role for about 3.5 years. Prior to my current role, I was a manager for customer policy initiatives and the program manager for customer service for over 10 years. I also worked in Power Smart industrial marketing and distribution metering before joining customer service. Prior to BC Hydro, I worked for large telecommunications companies in the United States and in Taiwan, mainly business development, career interconnections, marketing, product management, and project management. I have a Master's of Art in Communications from University of Denver in Colorado, United States.
Thank you. And could you provide a summary of your involvement in the net metering application and the topics you're here to speak to today?
Yes. So I oversaw my team in leading the development of this application. This includes the engagement with customers and stakeholders and the net metering working group. My team also modeled the scenarios for this application. We also coordinated with Dunsky Energy and climate advisors, and we also author and manage the drafting of the application as well as responding to information requests.
Thank you. And can you confirm that your pre-filed direct testimony in Exhibit B32 is accurate?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to your evidence?
No.
And do you adopt that evidence in your proceeding?
Yes.
This proceeding? Thank you. And finally, Mr. Barami, you are a Senior Regulatory Specialist at BC Hydro, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been at BC Hydro?
I've been working at BC Hydro for approximately 12 years. For the past 2.5 years, I've been a Senior Regulatory Specialist, and 2 years prior to that, Senior Regulatory Advisor. So about 4.5 years, I've been in the Regulatory Rate Design Department. And then prior to that, I was working in smart metering and network operations and in various roles of reporting and Tier 1 analyst. I do have a bachelor's degree of applied sciences in electrical engineering from the University of British Columbia.
Thank you. And could you provide a summary of your involvement in the net metering application and the topics that you're here to speak to today?
Yes. I was responsible for analyzing net metering customer data and generating metrics such as the revenue to cost ratio, payback periods, and average customer net generation and consumption information as described in the application, intervener information requests responses, and rebuttal evidence. Additionally, I did provide Dunsky with inputs that they required to do their value and cost shifting report in Appendix B-3 of the net metering evidentiary update.
Thank you. And can you confirm that your pre-filed direct testimony in Exhibit B32 is accurate?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to that evidence?
No.
And do you adopt that evidence in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Samby, I understand you have an opening statement to make, and I would ask that you read that onto the record now.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to begin today by briefly outlining BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding, providing some relevant background, and discussing some key themes. BC Hydro has three key proposals in this proceeding. First, to offer a new rate, Rate Schedule 2289, the self-generation service rate. This new rate builds off the existing Rate Schedule 1289, the net metering service rate, but with two key differences. First, a net injection limit intended to enable customers to build larger generating facilities if needed to serve their own load. Second, a net billing compensation mechanism intended to better align the price paid for customer generation with its value. Second proposal, to offer a new rate, Rate Schedule 2290, the community generation service rate. This rate would allow multiple customers to collectively contribute to and benefit from shared generating facilities. This is a new rate that BC Hydro is proposing in response to customer and stakeholder interest. And third, to close Rate Schedule 1289 to new customers once the self-generation service rate is in effect, and to provide transition periods that protect the payback period for existing net metering customers. I'll just outline some brief relevant background. Rate Schedule 1289, the existing net metering service rate, has been in place since 2004. In 2003, when the BCUC issued letter L3703, directing BC Hydro to bring forward an application for a net metering rate. At the time, the Commission stated, in the current pricing environment, the Commission expects that net metering in BC would not impose any material costs on non-participating ratepayers. For many years after the rate was introduced, participation and costs were low. In fact, for the first 10 years, less than 100 customers joined the rate each year. More recently, however, participation on the rate has grown exponentially. As of the end of October 2025, there are approximately 15,000 customers on the rate with a total generation capacity of 132 megawatts. This represents significant growth. As a point of reference, BC Hydro's last application to the Commission on net metering service was filed with the Commission 6.5 years ago. At that time, the rate had about 1,800 customers and a total generation capacity of about 13 megawatts. When BC Hydro filed that 2019 application, we stated, the majority of BC Hydro's costs are recovered through a variable energy rate. This type of rate design will become more problematic as the program grows because customers in the program still require energy from BC Hydro on demand. We went on to say, allowing customers to apply their generation account balance as a credit towards their future consumption also has the potential to cause material cost shifting between participating and non-participating ratepayers. We then said, given the installed capacity and volume of the energy generated by customer generating facilities in the program at this time, the cost shifting between participating and non-participating customers is not material. However, over time, as the program grows, the cost shifting could become material. BC Hydro will consider potential amendments to improve cost recovery from program participants and to reflect potential benefits from the program as necessary for a future application. The significant increase in participation over the past few years means it is time now to consider changes to address these issues. I'd like to briefly discuss BC Hydro's proposals in the context of three important themes that I expect we will return to throughout the week: fairness, balance, and sustainable growth. With regards to fairness, BC Hydro's proposal to adopt a net billing compensation mechanism improves fairness, both amongst customers with self-generation, as well as between customers with and without self-generation. With regards to fairness amongst customers with self-generation, under the current net metering approach, when customers send excess generation to the grid, that generation is banked and applied against their future consumption at their retail rate. The problem is that the retail rate is different for different customers. Today, for that same kilowatt hour of generation injected into the grid, a commercial customer would offset an energy charge as low as 6.75 cents per kilowatt hour or as high as 13.98 cents per kilowatt hour, depending on their customer class. A residential customer might offset a charge of 11.72 cents per kilowatt hour on the Tier 1 energy charge, or a charge of 14.08 cents per kilowatt hour on the Tier 2 energy charge. Or they may have opted into BC Hydro's optional flat rate and offset a flat energy charge of 12.63 cents per kilowatt hour. Under BC Hydro's proposal to adopt net billing, all customers, no matter what class or what rate they're on, would receive the same value for that same kilowatt hour of generation, 10 cents per kilowatt hour. With regards to fairness between customers with and without self-generation, under BC Hydro's
Jeff
proposal,
McCauley from Charge Solar
is now exiting.
Under BC Hydro's proposal, the energy price a customer receives for each kilowatt hour of generation they inject into the grid would reflect its utility benefit value. This will reduce cost shifting that currently occurs from customers with self-generation onto customers without self-generation. BC Hydro retained Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors, who conducted an independent cost-shifting analysis. The analysis showed that under the status quo, customers with self-generation impose costs on customers without self-generation for 3 reasons. First, BC Hydro under-recovers demand-related costs from customers with self-generation because of their generation and load shape and how BC Hydro's rates are designed. Second, there's a cost to administer the service. Third, as I discussed previously, the value of their energy is not the same as their retail electricity rate. And under the status quo, customers are allowed to bank their generation to avoid paying the retail rate for future consumption. BC Hydro's proposals will reduce the cost that customers with self-generation impose on customers without self-generation by about half over the long term. For example, in 2040, Dunsky forecast that BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding would reduce cost shifting from about $220 million annually to $112 million annually. Lastly, with regards to balance, while BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding will reduce this cost shifting, they do not eliminate it. BC Hydro's proposals only address the third reason for the cost shifting that occurs, the difference between the value of the energy and the retail electricity rate. They do not address the first 2. In addition, we proposed transition rules that will protect the payback period of existing customers who did not receive BC Hydro's solar rebate. Some interveners have argued that BC Hydro should do more to address cost shifting. Others have argued that the cost shifting is insignificant or justified and the status quo should be maintained. Rate design is often described as a zero-sum game. Any gains for one group are offset by concessions for another. During the course of this hearing, I expect you will hear arguments that BC Hydro's proposals go too far and arguments they don't go far enough. As comedian Larry David is credited with saying, a good compromise is when both parties are unhappy. In BC Hydro's view, our proposals represent a balanced approach across a range of stakeholder perspectives. And lastly, on sustainable growth, BC Hydro supports customer self-generation and we want to see it continue to grow. That's why we've introduced proposals in this proceeding that support growth, such as the new community generation service rate and the new 100 kilowatt net injection limit for the self-generation service rate. When considered alongside BC Hydro's recently introduced solar rebate, Dunsky forecasts that these proposals will reach a total energy production of approximately 1,750 gigawatt hours by 2043. That is approximately 750 gigawatt hours more than the current net metering service rate on its own. The purpose of our proposals, collectively, are to support this growth in a way that is sustainable, balanced, and fair to all customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanvi. This panel is now ready for cross-examination.
First in the order of cross-examination for this panel is the Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC.
Good morning, Commission panel. Good morning. Throughout my cross-examination, I intend to refer to the witness aid that was circulated. The CEC would not propose to seek to enter that document as an exhibit because it does only refer to evidence already on the record and is intended to be for the purposes of efficiency as I'm walking you through references.
I would ask that the hearing officer circulate that witness aid to participants in the hearing via email, please. And I would also suggest to the panel that assuming the witness aid strictly consists of references to the record, as Mr. Weaver says, it's probably unnecessary to mark it as an exhibit, although I would ask Mr. Weaver to specify for the record the source of each of the documents when he brings it up.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I'll begin on page 1 of the witness aid at reference A, and that is in reference to Exhibit B8, the introductory letter on page 1. And specifically, BC Hydro's summary of the proposals of the application. The summary of the application appears to focus on the alignment of compensation for solar energy supply with the value of that generation, without being specific as to whose value that is. Could you please comment further on why it is not aligned with optimal purchasing prices for BC Hydro's rate-paying customers?
Our reference to value in that statement and throughout the application is meant to reference the utility benefit value, and generally what we mean when we use that term is the value to BC Hydro ratepayers of that generation.
Thank you. The summary continues with a focus on maintaining the same average customer payback period as RS 1289 when considered in combination with BC Hydro's recent solar rebate. Could we agree that when considered with BC Hydro's recent solar rebate, the price for the power is not aligned with the optimal purchasing prices for all rate-paying customers?
I wouldn't agree with that. The solar rebate and the energy price for net generation are evaluated independently. So the energy price for net generation, which is the price we talk about being aligned with the utility benefit value, is informed by the value of solar work that Dunsky did, and we're proposing be set at 10 cents per kilowatt hour. The solar rebate is based on the load reduction that takes place behind the meter when a customer installs self-generation, and it's treated as a demand-side measure. And the economics of that demand-side measure are valued only on that load reduction behind the meter. So there's no crossover between the value of the net generation, which is what's getting injected out, versus the load reduction that's happening behind the meter, which is what the solar rebate's based on. So they're two different values.
Thank you. The summary continues with a focus on protecting the payback period for existing net metering customers who did not receive BC Hydro's solar rebate. Could you contrast this objective of protecting existing net metering customers with an objective of achieving optimal purchasing prices for all ratepayers?
Yes, I think you're right to highlight that trade-off. And so what we've proposed with regards to existing net metering customers, as Mr. Weaver's stated, is a transition period of 20 years from their net metering service start date, 20 years being approximately aligned with the expected average payback period for customers on that rate. And it really is intended to protect the payback period of existing net metering customers. The reason that we made that proposal, and the panel may recall, is that there were quite a few letters of comment received during the initial 2024 rate design application proceeding from existing customers who were concerned that changes that BC Hydro was proposing could result in them having a different return on investment and not being able to recoup their investment that they made in the way that they thought they might. And so we thought it was important in response to that feedback to protect that for those customers. To Mr. Weaver's point, though, it does come at a cost to all other ratepayers. That cost is $41 million by our estimates. But what I would submit is that that is justified in that it facilitates, in BC Hydro's view, the adoption of the proposals that we put forward in this proceeding, including net billing. And as I spoke about in my opening statement, those proposals will reduce cost shifting over the long term by about half. About, I think it's $220 million annually in 2040 to $112 million annually. And so that transition proposal facilitates that much larger cost shifting reduction for other ratepayers. And in our view, it's a balanced combination.
Thank you. Could you also comment on fairness to the existing solar net metering customers versus fairness to all ratepayers, assuming that fairness to past net metering customers' assumptions when they invested in supply is honored, and that all new energy supply is more optimally acquired for the benefits of all ratepayers?
I think the response I gave probably speaks to that. I think it's, again, the way we looked at it was, a recognition that existing customers have made an investment and we want to protect their payback period, but balancing that with the fact that our proposals we think will reduce cost shifting, and that combination being, in our view, an appropriate balance.
The summary appears to conclude with the intended objective of increasing the cumulative energy supply to BC Hydro from net metering by 750 gigawatt hours by 2043. Can we agree that this objective is not aligned with providing optimal energy supply to all BC Hydro ratepayers, but is instead promoting solar energy with incentives over and above optimal energy supply for all of BC Hydro's ratepaying customers?
I don't think I would characterize it that way. I think the premise of that would be that the value of customer self-generation is not aligned with its value to BC Hydro ratepayers, and our proposals in this proceeding are intended to do that. And so that increase of 750 gigawatt hours that comes as a result of those same proposals, I think is an increase that is aligned with the value. The exception I would note is the energy that is subject to the transition proposals. Yes, I think that would be fair to say that results in overcompensation continuing for those existing net metering customers. But for the reasons I've stated, we think that's an appropriate part of what we are trying to put forward as a balanced combination of proposals.
Thank you. I'll move to the next reference on page 2. Exhibit B8, introduction section on page 1, and specifically in reference to the energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour. Can we confirm that distributed solar energy supply will also be paid incentives over and above the 10 cent per kilowatt hour rate BC Hydro is proposing?
I'm not sure what you're referring. Are you referring to the rebates, or could you clarify?
I would say incentives generally. There may be incentives available outside of the 10 cent per kilowatt hour rate.
So what I would say is for the net generation, again, that's what's being injected into the grid. There are not further incentives. It's just the energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour. There are demand side measure rebates, but those apply only to the load reduction behind the meter.
Can you please compare the 10 cents per kilowatt hour for intermittent renewable electrical power plus the cost of incentives with the optimal power supply costs BC Hydro is expecting to purchase power for now and for the next 25 years?
So the 10 cents per kilowatt hour energy price is based off of the analysis that was conducted by Dunsky on the value of solar. That value of solar is underpinned by BC Hydro's long-run marginal costs, and those long-run marginal costs do represent BC Hydro's expectation of the cost of purchasing additional supply going forward. So the two are aligned in that respect.
And can you explain why BC Hydro would want to accelerate this adoption and installation of distributed solar energy supply behind the meter into the earliest years of the 25-year period and not focus on the optimal cost effectiveness of energy supply over all of the years?
I don't think we're doing anything that would accelerate the adoption into earlier years as opposed to later years. If there's something specific you have in mind, happy to follow up, but there's nothing that comes to mind for me at the moment.
Okay, I may come back to that, but I'll leave that for now. On to page 3 of the witness aid, Exhibit B8, Introduction, Section 1, page 1. Can you confirm that the proposal to have the existing net metering RS 1289 customers on their current rate for the 20 years from connection approval before transitioning to the self-generation rate is a matter of fairness to the assumptions under which they undertook to provide solar energy supply, and that BC Hydro weighs that fairness as a principle over cost effectiveness of the solar energy supply?
Yes, I think that's probably a fair summary.
Okay, on to page 5, Exhibit B8, Introduction, Section 1, page 2 and page 3. Can you please explain why BC Hydro wants to acquire 750 gigawatt hours more at its proposed self-generation and community generation service rates by 2043 over the current net metering service rates, with accelerated incentives in the early years, rather than growing this faster once distributed solar energy supply may be considerably more cost-effective for all of BC Hydro's ratepayers?
So I would say that in BC Hydro's view, self-generation from customers, should BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding be accepted, is cost-effective, again with the caveat around the transition period. In terms of the growth and whether that growth makes sense, I think what I would refer to is BC Hydro's recently filed 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. In general, that plan shows that BC Hydro is expecting fairly widespread growth. There are several resources being brought to bear to help meet that future demand, and customer self-generation is part of that diverse resource mix.
On to page 6, Exhibit B8, Introduction, Section 1, page 3, and specifically in reference to BC Hydro's community generation service rate ranking in the middle of the pack. Can you please explain whether ranking in the middle of the pack among community generation solar supply examples in other jurisdictions was an objective?
It wasn't an objective. The middle of the pack reference was something that Dunsky stated in their review, and something that BC Hydro repeated in our evidence. I would say a couple things with regards to that reference. First, the reason that BC Hydro felt that was an appropriate place to be is that the community generation service rate that we proposed is in its infancy. And so what we're really trying to do with the rate that we're putting forward is respond to the interest of customers and stakeholders that have said they would like a rate like this, but to do so in a way that allows us to put it out there, gain experience, see how things go. And so we're not trying to kind of rush to the end before we get there. And in fact, I think if you look at other jurisdictions that have introduced programs like this, they will make changes over time as they go. So that was capturing that kind of a perspective in our view, and one that we felt was appropriate. The second point I'd make, and I won't go into these details now, but I certainly can if it's helpful, is that Dunsky, in their evaluation of BC Hydro's community generation service rate, sets out 5 enabling conditions, and 3 of those enabling conditions are the subject of this proceeding. They concern matters of rate setting, and BC Hydro scored medium against each of those 3 conditions. And when we looked at the considerations that Dunsky put forward in terms of how we could move further along those spectrums, we felt that where we were was appropriate. And again, I can go into those reasons as we go if helpful, but we were comfortable with where we were on those spectrums for various reasons.
Does BC Hydro, in acquiring energy through a call for energy supply, favor the lowest cost energy with the best qualities so that it is getting the most cost-effective supply of energy for its customers?
Perhaps preface this with saying that I am not involved in the call for power processes, so I may be a bit limited in what I can say, but generally what I would say is that yes, when BC Hydro receives bids, for example, into our 2024 call for power process, those bids are arranged into portfolios. The portfolios are organized according to lowest bid. There are adjusters that take into account certain factors, but that's how the portfolios are arranged, is from lowest cost up.
Thank you. I'll move to page 7 in reference to Exhibit B8, Introduction, Section 1, page 3. And this is in discussion of pegging that 10 cents per kilowatt hour in relation to the Dunsky's frameworks. And could you please explain why BC Hydro chose to go with a price in the middle of the frameworks as opposed to one with the lowest price for all BC Hydro's rate-paying customers?
Yes, as Dunsky explains in their value of solar report, the choice of having multiple frameworks was a deliberate one, and it was intended to recognize that when they're doing a value of solar exercise, there is variability in benefit estimating. And so the frameworks are not intended to be definitive valuations of solar. They're intended to show that there's different methodologies that you could use to get to certain outcomes and try to encapsulate that uncertainty. So in that context, we felt it was appropriate to take both the avoided cost framework and the expanded framework that Dunsky put together and pick a price that was in between the values of those two frameworks. I would note the values are quite closely aligned. There's only about a 0.1 cent difference between the two, and BC Hydro's proposal of 10 cents is in between.
So moving to the page 8 and Exhibit B8, Introduction, Section 1, page 4. And this is in discussion and a specific reference to the reduction of cross-subsidization. Can we agree that an important objective in the BC Hydro application and for the proposed rates is to reduce the overall cross-subsidization, which you have done by more than half relative to the NEM structure and particularly over the long term?
Yes.
Can we agree that if the significant incentives were delayed from the front half of the 25-year period, a 25-year term for this analysis, that the overall
Is now joining.
could have been reduced even further? And I'm happy to restate if the introduction's got in the way. Yes. No problem. Can we agree that if the significant incentives were delayed from the front half of the 25-year term for this analysis, that the overall cross-subsidization would have been reduced even further?
So I think I understand the reference to acceleration now. I think what the point you're making, Mr. Weaver, is that BC Hydro has introduced a solar rebate, and that solar rebate is having an influence on solar adoption, and indeed that is true. I know this proceeding is not intended to get into the merits of that rebate, but for context, maybe what I would say on that is two things. Number one, that rebate is included in BC Hydro's 2025 Integrated Resource Plan, so the Commission will have the opportunity as part of evaluating that plan to look at the appropriateness of that rebate. The second thing I would say is that yes, the existence of a solar rebate does result in cost shifting That's not uncommon for demand-side measures. The demand-side measures often do result in cost shifting between customers, but the rebate is cost-effective within the parameters of the DSM regulation and as set out in the IRP, which the Commission will have the chance to evaluate.
Can we agree that the objective of contributing to future energy needs is something that is not restricted to solar energy supply behind the meter or from a community, and is normally considered for delivery at an optimal price for supply to all of BC Hydro ratepayers?
I would agree that contributing to future energy needs certainly is an objective that I think a variety of resources contribute to. In terms of normally reserved for an optimal price and those sorts of characterizations, I would say that generally speaking, BC Hydro goes through a long-term resource planning process. Again, that's the 2025 IRP that I referred to. That IRP has several planning objectives. And so I think through consideration of those planning objectives, it is possible that resources are selected for other reasons beyond absolute cost effectiveness, although certainly cost effectiveness is a primary consideration, I would say.
And, moving to Exhibit B8, Section 2.1, page 9, and this is the setting out of the alternatives considered. So these represent the alternatives being examined in this application. Can you please tell us whether it was BC Hydro that developed these alternatives, Dunsky, or someone else?
I wouldn't characterize these as alternatives. So the reference is to the 5 scenarios that Dunsky developed for developing a forecast of solar adoption, and I think that is how I would characterize them. They're scenarios, and so the incentive program scenario is a scenario that is meant to represent BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding. And I think the purpose of those forecasts really is just to compare that scenario to other scenarios, such as, well, what would it look like if the status quo is maintained? What would it look like if BC Hydro didn't offer a solar rebate, but the proposals in this proceeding still moved forward? And then a couple scenarios that look really at external factors, things outside of BC Hydro's control, such as the cost of solar generation and whether there's government policy support that is more aggressive than currently.
Can you please explain why the alternatives or scenarios essentially have to do with incentive levels and not the cost-effective acquisition of electrical power supply? For example, even the alternative enhanced economics is for the supplier economics and not for BC Hydro ratepayers.
So Dunsky may be able to get into more detail on this in terms of their approach and their methodology, but what I would say is that the scenarios are constructed using assumptions. And so to take the incentive program scenario as an example, it assumes an energy price of 9.17 cents per kilowatt hour. That's a bit lower than BC Hydro's proposal in this proceeding. That's just because at the time that the scenarios were put together, that was what BC Hydro's preliminary analysis indicated an appropriate energy price may be. So Dunsky, took various assumptions into place and used those assumptions to construct their scenarios.
And can you explain why policy support seems to be framed as a weak alternative? For example, there's little marginal change. I think it's 60 gigawatt hour difference between the enhanced economics scenario.
I think I would refer that question to the Dunsky panel.
And can you advise whether it occurred to BC Hydro or perhaps Dunsky to consider the cost effectiveness of distributed solar energy supply as it would impact BC Hydro's rate-paying customers and potentially examine further alternatives for optimizing this?
Again, I think I would start by saying that these aren't meant to be alternatives. They're meant to be scenarios with assumptions. What I would say, maybe more to the point of the question, though, is that BC Hydro's submission would be that the assumptions underpinning the incentive program scenario are cost effective. So there's an energy price assumption in there, as I mentioned, of 9.17 cents, actually a bit below what BC Hydro would consider to be a cost effective energy price. There's also an incentive, or sorry, I should say a rebate assumption in that scenario, and that's a rebate level that BC Hydro would consider to be cost effective as well.
And moving to Exhibit B8, Section 2.2, page 11, and perhaps more generally, did BC Hydro consider the future technology curves of solar energy supply and batteries, and how best to integrate them into the BC Hydro feeder systems to optimize the value of the combination to supply benefits and values to BC Hydro ratepayers?
I think that's probably a better question for the second BC Hydro panel.
Okay, then moving to page 11, Exhibit B8, Section 2.3, page 13 and 15. And this is with respect to the three frameworks and the average value of utility benefits under each in Table 2. Can we agree that distributed solar energy supply does not avoid much in the way of cost in the BC Hydro hydroelectric system, because BC Hydro must have the capacities in the system for providing reliable supply to all customers, including solar energy supply customers, because they may not be able to self-serve or supply the BC Hydro systems at any given time, being intermittent resources primarily available through the summer?
I think the way I would answer that question is to delve a bit more into the value. So I think if you're talking about the energy value of solar, I wouldn't agree with that characterization. The forecast supply from the self-generation from customers is built into the load resource balances in BC Hydro's integrated resource plan. So by being in those load resource balances, it is decreasing the amount of supply we would otherwise have to purchase from other sources. So in that sense, very much so, there's an energy value there and a cost that's being avoided. Some of the characterization Mr. Weaver put forward, I think, gets at the capacity value of solar, and certainly there, BC Hydro's view would be that there is minimal capacity value of solar. I talked earlier about the frameworks being meant to encapsulate the uncertainty in valuation, and this is, I think, a good example of where they do that. So the avoided cost framework assumes that the capacity value of solar is zero, just based on the premise that BC Hydro is a winter peaking utility in the evenings, and solar typically is not generating during that peak time. However, the expanded framework, which Dunsky developed, does look at an alternative method of quantifying capacity value, uses some other utilities as a proxy to look at what the capacity value might be within BC Hydro's system, and assigns an effective load carrying capability of about 4% to solar, at least in the initial instance, which gives it some capacity value, not very much, but some. And so that's an example of where that value is being treated differently between the frameworks, but that kind of range of potential values is being captured and taken into account.
Thank you. Moving to page 12, Exhibit B8, Section 2.3, page 17, and specifically Table 3 in the cost-shifting study results. And also reference Exhibit B13, BCUC IR 1.11.2, PDF page 90 in that exhibit, with reference to the rebates only for solar PV and not including battery storage, rather. Does the cost shifting analysis include any rebates or incentives for batteries?
Yes, so we don't believe so, but we will follow up with Dunsky.
And would you agree that the current net metering represents significant cross-subsidization from participants to non-participant customers in all rate classes?
Yes, I think I would just add the caveat that certainly it's more over the long term, so it does grow over time, but yes.
And addressing that is one of the reasons that you are introducing net billing at the level you are, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you assess any concepts or ideas that may have led to even greater reductions in the cross-subsidization? And if so, what were they and why were they rejected?
We did. I'll just pull up a reference here that may be helpful. So refer you to Move Up IR, or rather BC Hydro's response to Move Up IR 1.3.1 and Exhibit B15. And we talk in there about, as I spoke in my opening statement, that there's 3 reasons that cost shifting occurs, and that BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding are only aimed at one of those reasons, which is the difference between the value of generation injected into the grid and a customer's retail rate. And so BC Hydro's proposals in this proceeding fully address that reason. We're effectively zeroing out any cost shifting that would occur because of the difference in those 2 values. But cost shifting persists for 2 other reasons. One is the program costs and the rebates, and the second is the underlying rate design. And so in terms of whether we considered other options to further offset the cost shifting, we did. And there were 3 kind of conceptual options that we thought about, that we talk about in our response to Move Up IR 1.3.1. The first is that we could have proposed the adoption of a buy all sell all mechanism. What that would have done is where net billing is only charging an energy price that's different than the retail rate with regards to the generation getting injected into the grid, buy all sell all essentially goes behind the meter and pulls apart a customer's consumption and their generation. And so behind the meter, even though that consumption is, that generation is serving their consumption behind the meter and instantly being consumed by that customer, buy all sell all essentially pulls that apart and says, we'll give you a separate energy price for all of that generation, even if you're the one consuming it instantaneously in that moment. So that's one alternative we looked at. We also looked at rate design modifications that could be pursued. Those modifications are things like, for example, a system access fee is something other jurisdictions have looked at, where if there's under recovery in the rate design because it's not recovering certain fixed costs, maybe a system access fee gets charged. And we considered, doing that either targeted at net metering customers specifically or for all customers. Ultimately, with regards to all of those things that I just mentioned, the determination that BC Hydro made was that it would not be appropriate to pursue those modifications. And the main reason for that was that if BC Hydro was to look at those kinds of things, our view would be that it really should be from an overall customer perspective. While cost shifting occurs due to rate design for net metering customers, there's other reasons and other customers that cause these types of shifts as well. And so we didn't think it was appropriate to specifically target out net metering customers, rather to say that, look, to the extent that those issues become matters that should be addressed in the future, they can be addressed from an overall rate design perspective.
Can we go through a few ideas and concepts for making potential further reductions in cross-subsidizations while still engaging in the development of distributed solar energy supply, and get your assessment, and if you're able, as to whether they might be considered as achieving potential further reductions in cross-subsidizations. So the first would be deferring the incentives in the first 10 years and allowing cost reductions for solar installations and batteries to substantially reduce costs.
Could you repeat the second part of that question there? I got you up to about the deferring the acceleration.
Deferring the incentives in the first 10 years and allowing for cost reductions for solar installations and batteries to substantially reduce costs.
I think I'd make a couple points there. First is that I don't think it's a matter of allowing cost reductions to occur, because that's really a customer side part of the equation. And so one of the points that we make in our evidence is that when we're setting that energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour, we're not taking into account the customer side economics. So customers may or may not be able to make a go of it at that price. That's for them to decide for themselves. But we're not trying to take into account their cost of service. We're simply sending a price signal that reflects the utility benefit value. So I don't think that waiting for further cost reductions would have an effect there. With regards to whether deferring the rebates would reduce cost shifting, it would. As I mentioned previously, demand side measures like the rebates typically do result in some cost shifting. But what I would say on that point is that if you look at our 2025 integrated resource plan, we've selected those rebates as a resource option, and we think that they're part of the resources we need to bring forward now to meet future energy needs.
The second proposal I'll put to you is enabling larger community solar supply projects integrated with significant scale batteries, integrated with the feeder, and designed to flatten the load on the feeder, gaining economies of scale for the solar supply and gaining additional system benefits.
I don't think that would have an effect either. Again, I think that goes back to the customer cost of service versus BC Hydro price issue. So that larger scale community solar installation, and I certainly expect we'll hear more about this issue as the week goes on. BC Hydro has proposed a net injection limit of 1 megawatt. There has been conversation about whether that should be increased. There's certainly the idea that if it were increased, that could result in economies of scale for customers. But again, that energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour is based on the utility benefit value. It's not considering the cost of service to the customer. So the customer may or may not make a go of it at 10 cents and a 1 megawatt net injection limit, but a higher net injection limit with economies of scale wouldn't change that 10 cents price.
The last proposal would be ensuring that the benefits of battery capabilities are reserved for the BC Hydro system and its rate-paying customers as part of Hydro's monopoly service.
We might need to get a bit more into what you mean by reserve, but maybe what I'll say as an initial answer is that BC Hydro's view would be that net billing, our proposal to adopt net billing, does address the issue of using the BC Hydro system as a battery. So what I mean by that, and we discussed this in Chapter 5 of our initial 2024 rate design application, is that under the current net metering approach, where customers can generate, often the solar would, you would expect, generate during the summer, and then bank that generation and use it to offset their bills in the winter, they effectively are using the BC Hydro system as a battery by being able to inject that generation into it and then use it later in the winter when they're not generating. And net billing removes that phenomenon from taking place. So in that respect, I would say I think our proposals are addressing that issue.
Moving to page 13 of the aid, Exhibit B8, Section 4.1, page 25, and in discussion of the LRMC. Can you please confirm that the LRMC at $97 per megawatt hour is just for energy, and that the retail prices for each customer class is firm and reliable to the extent of N-1 on the BC Hydro system, with appropriate reserves, having all the system capacity to deliver the energy when demand is there, and all the supporting contingency capabilities BC Hydro has access to. And that, well, I'll leave that confirmation. I'll follow up with it further.
Yes, I can confirm that that's just an energy value.
And when self-generated energy displaces energy generating revenue at higher retail rates, the cost shifting will include the difference between the two.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
When self-generated energy displaces energy generating revenue at higher retail rates, the cost shifting will include the difference between those two.
I think that's correct. And so what I would say there is that if you look at the status quo, again, as we've talked about, right now, under a net metering approach, a customer displaces their retail rate for in two different cases. One is when they can bank their generation and offset the retail rate at the future date, and that's what we're eliminating with a proposal to adopt net billing. The second is behind the meter. If a customer has generation and they're consuming that generation instantaneously in the moment, then yes, BC Hydro is not getting the full retail electricity rate from that customer, because that customer is serving themselves. And certainly there is an argument, this would be an argument that proponents of buy all sell all would make, that BC Hydro should go further and pull those two apart so that we still realize the retail rate revenue that is being offset by that generation. Again, we've decided not to do that in this proceeding, and really our reasoning for that is that, well, those customers are avoiding their retail rate, and yes, there's a value that's getting avoided there. There's lots of other scenarios where that might be happening. So, for example, if a customer has a winter property that they use seasonally, you can imagine there's lots of times when they're not consuming very much electricity, and therefore BC Hydro is not realizing a lot of retail revenue from them, but then they come to that property at winter, most expensive time of the year, most demand on the system, and suddenly start using that property, and it costs BC Hydro to serve them. And so that's an example of the type of scenario where BC Hydro would say it may become necessary to look at those kinds of issues in the future, but we really should do it holistically, not just looking at the net metering customer, but all customers.
And would you agree that solar energy, being an intermittent renewable energy source, backed up 100% by the BC Hydro system capabilities, has a substantially lesser value than the retail price energy?
With regard to the retail price of energy, what I would say is yes, the value is less, and I think that's reflected in the discrepancy between the retail rates that customers pay and the energy price we propose of 10 cents. That 10 cents value is generally lower than the retail electricity rates and reflects that difference.
Can you explain why BC Hydro would acquire energy at 10 cents per kilowatt hour for all of its customers when the qualitative values are so substantially lower than those for the BC Hydro supply at retail rates for ratepayer classes?
I don't think I would agree that the value of the energy is substantially less than 10 cents. I think as you'll see from Dunsky's value of solar analysis, they've taken the long-run marginal cost of energy, which is the value of energy to BC Hydro. They've shown how they've made some adjustments to that cost based on things that they would consider appropriate to consider when looking at the value of distributed solar generation, and arrived under their two frameworks at values that are roughly right around 10 cents.
I think we may have had this confirmation, but can we agree that when BC Hydro provides incentives for self-generation of solar energy and displacement of a retail sale of equivalent energy, there is a loss of revenue which becomes a cost shift to non-participating customers?
Yes, I think that would generally be true.
Can we agree that we expect in the future the cost effectiveness of solar energy can be expected to reach a point where it would be a valuable, cost-effective addition to BC Hydro's energy supply if it were purchased as part of BC Hydro's energy supply and not used to displace the customer's own demand?
I think we're at that point now. Certainly there's been lots of conversation over the years about solar and declining prices of solar, and at what point does solar become competitive. And generally speaking, I think wind is still regarded as the more cost-effective resource generally when BC Hydro looks at obtaining resources, specifically utility-scale wind. But I think solar has reached a point now, as evidenced by the fact that BC Hydro is selecting the solar rebate on our integrated resource plan, and by the fact that there was one utility-scale solar project acquired through the recent 2024 call for power, where it is starting to become competitive as a resource.
And can we agree that when distributed solar energy supply is utilized in the moment it is captured, that relative to the BC Hydro system supplying energy, the equivalent amount of energy would be stored as water in BC Hydro's hydroelectric storage facilities behind the dams?
That's probably getting outside of my area of expertise. I can't find a logical flaw in your statement, but I'm probably not qualified to speak to that in any depth.
And appreciate, given the following response, maybe outside the expertise, so we can proceed with sort of the agreement of the logic of the concept, I guess, as opposed to speaking specifically to it. But if that were true, then could we conclude from this that the acquisition of distributed solar energy effectively is time shifted in storage until utilized at a future time?
I'm not sure I would agree with that. I think there are scenarios where solar energy is consumed essentially instantaneously. We've talked about the example behind the meter by the customer generating it, but certainly, and I think there'll probably be other intervener experts that'll speak to this concept during the week. You can imagine a scenario where perhaps that the customer generating has excess energy, but their neighbor has a need, and that kilowatt hour is probably not going very far and being consumed by their neighbor within that moment.
Okay, moving to page 14 of the aid, Exhibit B8, Section 4.2, page 27. And this is again in reference to cost shifting. With regard to the cost shifting, we can see that BC Hydro is moving in the appropriate direction. However, it appears that BC Hydro would have significantly further to go to approach an optimal acquisition of distributed solar energy for all of its customers. Can we agree that BC Hydro is asking in this application for its non-participating customers to continue with substantial cross-subsidization from the participating customers?
So I would maybe just clarify a couple points there. I think I wouldn't characterize it as cost shifting with regards to the acquisition of energy. And the reason is that, as I mentioned, the proposal to adopt net billing and an energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour in BC Hydro's view effectively zeroes out the cost shifting for any kilowatt hour being injected into the grid. So that's what's being acquired in terms of energy, and BC Hydro's view would be that there is no cost shifting there anymore if BC Hydro's proposals are adopted. There is cost shifting with regards to the load reduction behind the meter, but as we've discussed, I think there are reasons that BC Hydro would not propose to address that cost shifting. I think what I would say in addition on that point is I think, Mr. Weaver, you made the point that if cost shifting were to be effectively zeroed out, that would be optimal, and I suppose, in a general sense that's true. We should strive to have rates that are not resulting in cost shifting, but in practice, I would say that's that's just not a practical approach. Anytime that you design a rate, you're going to be designing a rate based on various approximations, averaging, etc. The cost of service for every individual customer is different. And so the only way to ever get to a place where you would have no cost shifting ever would essentially be to have an individualized rate for every single customer in the province. And clearly that's not practical. And so there will always be cost shifting amongst customers. We can strive to do better and to reduce that, but we do run into practical limitations. We also run into other considerations, such as customer acceptance. For example, we talked earlier about a fixed system access charge. You can imagine such a charge would potentially be controversial, potentially have scenarios where customers would be experiencing bill volatility as a result of that charge. And so all of that gets taken into account when designing rates. And as a result, I think cost shifting is unavoidable.
Yes.
Checking in where you're at. I'm also hearing a lot of questions that are starting to be a little bit overlapping quite a bit. So I'm just concerned about where are you at? I'm hoping to do a break at some point here for 15 minutes. So, but if you're close to finished, then I could wait.
I do still have a bit to go, so and I'm happy to. I will consider the comments on the overlap there and try and pare those down to the extent there are any. But happy to take a break now if convenient.
Then I suggest we take a 15-minute break now, and that'll also give you time to sort of zero in so that we're not hearing answers that are really overlapping each other, about 80% by now. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you. In my old days, we had a big clock on the wall. I used to tell the lawyers that when they were cross-examining, it was a dollar clock for me as I was watching all the lawyers in the room. And so, so we don't have a clock on the wall. I think it's about 10 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 10:16, 10:17, something like that. All right. Thank you. Thanks. All right, everyone's here. We just, we're going to deal with one preliminary issue. You can start it off, Mr. Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a preliminary matter before we continue with the cross-examination, I wanted to return to the request for clarification from the CSC, and was just hoping the panel might be able to share its views regarding whether it's within scope for this hearing greenhouse gas related questions that are not related to life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, but for instance, questions related to the evidence that's been filed by the CSC on the greenhouse gas related topics.
Yeah, so we deliberated on that, and we're fine to accept that. So, yeah, okay, great.
And nothing further from me. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Bear. Mr. Weaver, please go ahead.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Just before Mr. Weaver begins, Mr. Barami did have an answer he gave that was subject to check, and we checked. So,
Yes, it was about battery rebates being in the cost shifting assessment by Dunsky, and we can confirm that they were not. The battery incentives were not included.
I believe similarly that we have a few follow-up references to read into the record based on a couple outstanding items from the earlier session.
Not as tall. Name's David Craig. I'm the Executive Director for the Commercial Energy Consumers, consultant to the CEC. I would like to take you to Exhibit BA, Appendix B1, page A3. I gave the panel the information before the break, so I think they should have it.
yeah, I think we're there.
And we'll wait for the commission panel. BC Hydro ready? If we look at this, this is the solar PV capital cost, and we can see that it declines substantially over time for all rate classes.
Yes.
That's correct?
I think the answer is yes. The reason we're hesitating a bit is that this is Dunsky's report, and so it may be better that Dunsky be the ones to answer this on their panel. But yes, that appears to be what is taking place.
And we'll certainly cover it with Dunsky, but you've used all of Dunsky's evidence for BC Hydro's decisions, so the proposition that we were putting was if you wait a few years, you will be at a level that potentially doesn't require as much subsidies.
Yes, I understand the point, and as I said, I think before the break, our view would be that isn't something we would do for two reasons. One, because the energy price is not based on the customer's cost of service, and two, because the 2025 IRP shows a need for the resource now.
Which is fair. That's the BC Hydro point of view. And if we don't need to pay subsidies to get cost-effective energy, that would be a point of view that we're putting forward, and we'll let the commission decide. The other piece of evidence to look at is on B8, Appendix B1, page 36.
We're there.
And it shows in the early years that we have higher incentives, rebates, than in later years.
Yes.
And so again, if we were to defer the acceleration of the acquisition, we would, just by this evidence, need less rebates.
I think I would say two things. One, again, I think we're getting into Dunsky's evidence and better for them to answer. But two, I think we're also getting into the merits of the rebate, which is outside of the scope of the hearing.
And lastly, the enhanced economic scenario at B8, Appendix B1, page 36, is just higher levels of rebates earlier on. And that scenario is on the table for people to argue in favor of it.
I'm not sure it's on the table to be argued in favor of. Dunsky would be able to speak more to this, but my understanding of the enhanced economic scenario and the policy support scenarios that they put together were that they were intended to capture external variables that were outside of BC Hydro's influence. So these are not scenarios that BC Hydro would be influencing. They're really meant to look at other factors such as government policy support.
So we'll stick to 3.3, the incentive costs, which is the one that you're proposing.
Again, I wouldn't characterize that as a proposal necessarily. It's a scenario Dunsky developed, although it does reflect the proposals in the proceeding.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pat.
Okay, I'll go back into the witness aid. We left off at page 14, Exhibit B8, Section 4.2, page 27. Can we agree that Hydro would not be able to or would not support all of its customers in all its rate classes participating in supplying the distributed solar energy product? In other words, there would need to be limits on the quantities of incentive BC Hydro would need to provide.
I'm not sure you would look at it in terms of whether we would allow customers to participate. I mean, the general premise of a rate is that it's available and customers can take it up. And so I think in that sense, that the rate is available according to the eligibility terms that are set out. Certainly, I think maybe to the point you're making, Mr. Weafer, there's a point at which perhaps self-generation is over and above what the system needs or can handle, and BC Hydro may bring forward proposals in response to those kind of scenarios, but I don't think that's a position that we're in today.
Thank you. And just with reference to the broader societal benefits associated with behind-the-meter solar PV, could you please describe the broader societal benefits associated with behind-the-meter solar PV?
Yes, so that's a reference to the benefits that are set out in Dunsky's comprehensive framework in their value and cost shifting report, and there's several societal benefits that they looked at, including, for example, land and water impacts and the net and the economic benefits associated with job creation.
Moving to page 15, Exhibit B8, Section 4.3, page 28. And specifically in reference to maintaining the payback period. So it appears that one of the drivers for adopting the 10 cents per kilowatt hour price is that under the net metering rate, self-generation customers under RS 1289 were on average expected to be capable of recovering the cost of their investment in a little under 20 years. And the same customers under the BC Hydro proposed energy price would on average be able to recover their investments in a little under 19 years. Can we say that BC Hydro is aiming to be fair to its existing RS 1289 customers relative to the expected rate support when they made their investment?
I would characterize it more as a coincidence than a driver. And so what I mean by that is the way that BC Hydro arrived at the 10 cents per kilowatt hour energy price was that we looked at the value of solar study that Dunsky did, and we selected the price between the frameworks as we've talked about. That price happened when considered in conjunction with the solar rebate to arrive at an average payback period that was generally similar to the net metering service rate by itself. So that was, as I said, really more of a coincidence, perhaps a happy one, but it wasn't, we didn't, for example, set an alternative price trying to maintain a particular payback period. That wasn't an objective of the 10 cents.
So it appears that the same energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour is proposed for new self-generating customers. But can we agree that that's not necessarily offered out of fairness concerns, but is being offered to contribute to BC Hydro's energy supply requirements?
Yes, it's being offered as the energy price that reflects the utility benefit value, which will contribute to energy needs.
Okay, on page 16, Exhibit B8, section 4.4, and specifically pages 30, 31, and 36. And again, sort of in reference to the payback period, it appears that Hydro is proposing to enable net metering RS 1289 customers who did not receive a solar rebate to stay on the net metering RS 1289 rate for 20 years from the date of connection before they transition to a self-generation rate. Can we say that this decision is driven by a sense of fairness, want to ensure that customers on this rate have the same financial circumstances they had previously from BC Hydro and the same average expected recovery of investment opportunity preserved for them?
Yes, I think that's fair. I would just clarify, it's the net metering service service date. The reference there did have interconnection approval, but we did clarify in an IR that the appropriate date is net metering service date, and we've updated the proposed rate schedules to reflect that. But yes.
Noted, thank you. And could you please indicate whether these RS 1289 customers have any contractual terms or right to this treatment, or whether they are subject exclusively to BC Hydro's proposed decisions and the Commission's final decisions in this process?
They do not. This is a matter that we addressed in the 2024 rate design application proceeding, that rate schedules are not contracts, so there are not contractual rights, and we did discuss in our evidentiary update that as a consideration, that perhaps there could be no transition period or a lesser transition period given that there's no contractual obligation. But for the reasons I've discussed previously, we ultimately decided that in BC Hydro's view, the appropriate transition period was as we put forth.
And could you tell us whether there were any restrictions on the number of RS 1289 customers and or the rebates available for RS 1289 customers since the rate was introduced?
The rate has not had a cap, so no restrictions in that sense. With regards to the rebate, the transition period is not available to customers that have accepted the rebate. This is the first time BC Hydro's had such a rebate, so there wouldn't have been instances where previous customers would have received a rebate, to my knowledge.
And could you advise as to whether any new distributed self-generation customers and any proposed rebates or incentives will have any limitations on the number that may sign up and interconnect during the next 25 years?
With regards to the rate, we have not proposed a cap on participation in the rate. With regards to the rebate, there are targets that our Energy Management Department keeps in mind when they put forward rebates of any type. And so they would be monitoring that and could make adjustments in the future if they felt that actuals were out of step with the targets. But there have been no such adjustments made to date.
So in reference to page 17 of the witness aid, Exhibit B8, Section 5.1, page 34. And can you explain whether the community generation facilities will likely be substantially larger than the individual customer behind the meter solar energy suppliers, and confirm they're limited to 1 megawatt in size by BC Hydro?
Yes, so they are limited to a net injection of 1 megawatt. That is not the same as a nameplate capacity. They could be sized bigger if there's load. And I would expect that that is much larger than a typical individual customer installation, yes.
And can you explain whether BC Hydro could enable larger community generation facilities if it decided to do so, and if not, why?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Could BC Hydro enable larger community generation facilities if it decided to do so?
Yes, so this may be a topic better explored on the next BC Hydro panel, but briefly what I would say is that the net injection limit of 1 megawatt is more of a policy choice. There are some technical reasons for it, but generally it's a policy choice, and therefore BC Hydro could have made a different policy choice, such as 2 megawatts, 3 megawatts, etc. What we've said is that 1 megawatt, in our view, is a reasonable demarcation between community-oriented projects and larger projects that we think would be better obtained from independent power producers.
So moving to page 18 of the aid and Exhibit B8, Section 5.2. With the community generation service rate at 10 cents per kilowatt hour and being in the middle of the pack, does BC Hydro provide these community generation facilities with any incentives? And if so, how much are they and how are they determined?
Yes, so in our rebuttal evidence, Exhibit A24, we did discuss the matter of incentives for community generation facilities, and what we said in that rebuttal evidence was that we did look at whether our existing load displacement incentive program could be made available to community generating facilities, and we determined that it could be, and so we have undertaken revisions to the program rules that will allow those facilities to access those incentives.
What are the assumptions about the community service solar panel technology being used? And has BC Hydro examined the potential future technology likely to become available over the next 5 or 25 years?
I would refer you to the Dunsky panel in terms of any assumptions they would have made for their forecast. But generally, I would say that BC Hydro, in our proposals, we're not making assumptions about the customer side. As we've talked previously, we're really looking at utility benefit. We're not making assumptions or decisions based on the customer's cost of service or other considerations.
With respect to community generation solar energy supply services, if they were to become significantly profitable under the proposed service rate, would they be subject to BC Hydro lowering the rate in the future, or would BC Hydro be respecting the same rate because it was part of the expected assumptions behind the investment?
BC Hydro has proposed an evaluation report for the community generation service rates that would be submitted to the Commission April 30th, 2030 under our proposal. So I would expect that evaluation report will look at things such as the experience under the rate, how subscribers feel their experience is, community generator customers, how their experience has been. The extent to which that evaluation report is able to obtain insight into any potential profit for community generator customers, I'm not sure that that'll be something that we'll be able to get into. Obviously, there will be commercial considerations in terms of that being information that is the property of the community generator customer, but I expect that as part of doing an evaluation report, we would generally consider how the rate is going, whether we're getting the intended outcomes, and if we need to make adjustments.
All All right, and moving to page 19, Exhibit B8, Section 6.1, page 41, and specifically Table 7 and the assessment of the bond right principles. Has BC Hydro reviewed the Dunsky assumptions with respect to the solar energy technology in terms of the cost effectiveness of solar panels and batteries being used as a reference for the community generation future customer? And if so, can you explain details of that assessment?
I think that would probably be an area better suited to the Dunsky panel. BC Hydro, we did work with Dunsky in terms of the scope of their solar adoption studies, but generally we left, I think the inputs you described, Mr. Weaver, to their expertise. So I think best to follow up with them.
Okay, will do. And just looking to confirm that the issue of cost shifting would be a concern in relation to fairness in the Dunsky categories of principles. That'd be the fair apportionment of costs among customers.
I think you may mean the bond rate categories, and yes, if you look at Table 7 under fairness, we do reference the cost shifting as a fairness consideration.
Yes, thank you for correcting me there. With respect to customer understanding and acceptance, can we agree that customer understanding and acceptance should include not only participating customers, but also non-participating customers?
Yes, I think that's fair, and so I think the point you're probably making, Mr. Weaver, is in Table 7 when we talked about the bond rate principle of customer acceptance and understanding. Our considerations there were more weighted on the participating net metering customers and their acceptance of a change and how we might have transition that would increase the acceptance of that change. I think the lack of mention of the cost shifting and acceptance and understanding of the cost shifting was probably more just us not wanting to be repetitive in the table, and so certainly the point made above with regards to fairness and improving cost shifting being something that improves fairness. Take the point, I think would also be a consideration in terms of customer understanding, and I think something we did think about when we put the proposals together.
Okay, well, take it to my last reference, page 21 of the witness aid, Exhibit B8, Section 6.1.2, page 42 and 45. Can we agree that BC Hydro's energy supply is largely decarbonized at this point and is considered by BC Hydro and the BC government to be a clean electricity supply?
Yes.
Can we agree that flexibility as the category is antithetical to the concept of stability for customers, particularly when the customers you're referring to are the participating customers and not the non-participating customers?
I think that is probably a fair point. Maybe what would be helpful is I'll just explain. So flexibility is a BC Hydro rate design objective. The impetus of that being an objective, these rate design objectives come from our board of directors. And I think at the time that the objectives were set out, there was a recognition by the board that some rate schedules can be quite hard to change. And so the objective of flexibility was really a signal to BC Hydro management to say, when you're designing rates, think about how they might evolve and change over time and make sure that that there's mechanisms in place to do that. And I think the point we're making in the table is that, in our view, a 5-year period between now and when the energy price would be updated next is a a way of obtaining that flexibility, but also recognizing that customers will want some degree of stability and won't want that price changing all the time.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions. I understand my consultant does have a few follow-up questions.
A few follow-up questions about the collaboration work that we'd been doing. And I think you were notified that I would want to talk about it. And Chris, you were available to do that.
We may be getting into out of scope areas, but happy to go along and see where we go.
Yes. It's in reference to a FACO study, and there's evidence on the record that we don't need to turn to. It's BCO APO RCA 1.4.1. But the key element there is that in the collaboration that we were doing, we were talking about demands of customers by different categories. You recall that?
Yes.
And we were using the BC Hydro data that we had at that point in time. The outcome of that was the identification of more of a sweet spot for flattening the demand on the feeders with battery storage. And there was a proposition that we could find a cost-effective way of doing that. But we didn't have any data to go any further.
I think you're probably getting into an area that's better suited for the panel on net injection limits and Mr. Ellis. But yes, I recall the concept.
Okay. Just two more simple questions. We further identified in the summary the lack of long-term planning at the distribution level. And your expert that was in the discussion concurred that that was the issue. And there was an effort for them to go ahead and get the data so that the planning could be more detailed, and that effort was going to take some more time yet because it hadn't been scheduled.
I don't know that I recall that specifically. I would expect that part of the issue with regards to distribution planning and long term is that the distribution system, perhaps unlike transmission and generation comparatively so, is constantly changing, and so a bit of a different nature there. Again, that might be something that Mr. Ellis on the next panel could speak in more detail to than I can.
Terrific. I'll certainly do that. And last question, just to wrap it up, is I would expect getting that more data and planning for capacity reduction with batteries is a multi-year project to get into analyzing it and then determining what to do. And so what you're proposing in this application stands on its own, but this is a potential future issue that may interact with your proposals at some time in the future.
I can't speak myself to how long that effort would take. Don't necessarily dispute the timeline you provided, but what I would say is two things. Number one, with regards to batteries, the proposals in this proceeding aren't with regards to batteries. They're really looking at solar independent of batteries. And number two, I know that there's been some canvassing of the issue of avoided distribution operations and maintenance costs, and whether that would feed into the value of solar analysis. And Dunsky has indicated that for the purposes of their study, it wasn't something that was able to be quantified, but I believe they have said that in jurisdictions they're familiar with where it has been, that perhaps it adds about 2% to the value.
Excellent. And I want to finish by thanking you for the ability to get into collaboration with you and to go through those discussions. It's been valuable to us to set a context for these kind of questions and further discussion in the future. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to continue to follow through with collaboration. It's been enormously valuable to us, and I want to thank you for it.
You're welcome, and thank you as well.
Thank you, panel.
Mr. Chair, just a moment.
Hello. Okay. So let's go ahead. Who's next?
Next in the order of cross-examination is Movement of United Professionals.
Now, I prepared a brief witness aid. Being sort of immersed in the old ways of doing things, I brought a stack of hard copies. So I know that's not optimal, the way that things are being done in this era. But I didn't bring enough for the whole crowd out there, but they're relatively straightforward. Simply two extracts from the record. One is Exhibit B15, BC Hydro responses to intervener IR1, specifically to move up IR 1.3.1, which Mr. Sanvi spoke of later. It's at PDF 834 for those who are following it electronically. And the other is actually a reference that's nested in that response, which is the BC Hydro 2024 Rate Design Exhibit B1, Section 2.3.2. It's cross-referenced in the IR.
Thank you, Mr. Quayle. And I'll just jump in then just to make sure so we're all happy here at the panel because we all got the paper, but Mr. Bear, have we set this up so that people online know where to, or elsewhere in the room here?
My suggestion would be that as Mr. Quayle refers to the documents here, I understand they're all on the record already. So if he can just clearly identify, maybe give those who do not have a copy of the witness aid a moment to get to the relevant document. As long as it's clearly on the record where it's sourced from, I think that should be all right.
Yeah, so people might wish to turn to that IR 1.3.1. Again, it's at PDF page 834 in the file document on the record. That's Exhibit B15. Give people a moment to turn to it. And my questions I address in the main to Mr. Sanvi. I take it from your opening statement that one of the motivations behind these proposed rates is to reduce the cross subsidy by non-participants. Is that correct?
Yes.
Brett, the proposed rates maintain a degree of cross subsidy, approximately 1/2 of the amount in round numbers that exists under the current rates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does BC Hydro say that a cross subsidy of net metering participants by non-participants is an inherently desirable thing?
I don't think it is. I think it's fair to say that that's not a desirable outcome, but I think as we've discussed previously, there are challenges with getting that cost shifting reduced further, and so I think we run up against those, and that's why in BC Hydro's proposals we haven't proposed to go further and bring some of those other modifications in.
Okay, your response has just shortened the amount of time that we're going to be spending together this morning. Turning to the first document in the witness aid, move up IR 1.3.1. And I'd first draw your attention to the question. Why is it preferable to maintain a cross subsidy of net metering participants by non-participants? Does BC Hydro believe, perhaps you've just answered this, that it is in fact preferable, or is it not preferable?
I would say it's not preferable, and I think what we are trying to convey in the response that you're referencing is that there are practical challenges against going further. And maybe what I would say is, having been in the regulatory group at BC Hydro for the past 8 years, I think we run up against all sorts of considerations when we go at designing rates. I think often getting a rate design across the finish line does involve some degree of compromise and trade-off, and so the perfectly optimal solution often is out of reach when you begin to do that. And so, have we done that here? I think we have. We've tried to balance a number of interests. I think we recognize, and I think the panel will hear as the week goes on, a strong interest from net metering customers in terms of feeling that the BC Hydro's proposals have gone too far. And so we're really trying to balance those perspectives, and we think we've hit the right balance point. Others may believe that we should go further.
Now, turning to the response to our IR 1.3.1, if you look about 2/3 the way down the first page, paragraph that reads, cross-subsidization is unavoidable in rate design. All rates have some degree of cross-subsidization. This is the natural outcome of collecting costs through common charges rather than through customer-specific charges. And I recall your response to my friend Mr. Weaver's question to the effect that the only really comprehensive remedy to this would be to have an individual rate for every customer. Is that correct?
Yes.
But my understanding is what you're addressing there is the principle of postage stamping utility rates, is it not?
Yes, I think that is what that statement's intended to capture.
And you'd agree with me that rates are postage stamped within each rate class?
Yes.
And participants under the proposed rates would constitute a distinct rate class from the other customer classes?
Yes.
So, just to be clear, suggest to you that postage stamping is not really relevant to the issue of cross-subsidy between rate classes as opposed to within a rate class.
I think that's fair to a point. I think maybe the way I would look at that is it's certainly possible to treat net metering customers as their own customer class. That is not something that BC Hydro has proposed to do in this proceeding, but that is an option available in rate design to put net metering customers in their own customer class. And that I expect would, in addition to some of the other things that we've discussed, further address the cost shifting among groups of customers. It wouldn't address cost shifting among individual customers within that customer class. You'd still have averaging and so forth causing issues there, but creating a separate customer class would potentially get further at the cost shifting. What I would say is, again, I think that's something that can be considered down the road potentially. I think it would be BC Hydro's view that that is too much of a move towards targeting net metering customers at this stage. We think that our proposal goes far enough in that regard, but yes, that's an option.
As the poem goes, never do by halves that which can be done by quarters. Is that BC Hydro's strategy?
I think what I'd say there is as I said before, certainly my own personal experience, and I expect of my colleagues and others at BC Hydro, is that anytime you embark on rate design, it's a process of trade-offs, and so there's a realm of which we determine is practical and palatable at the time. We think we've struck that balance here. We recognize that we could have gone further in addressing the cost shifting. We think if we did do that, that we would have certainly even more to the extent that perhaps we already have ignited controversy from customers that were being targeted by those sorts of reforms. And so we tried to arrive at a balanced position. We feel we've done so.
Interested in your choice of words, targeted by these reforms. You perceive people who would be covered by this rate as somehow being victims of the rate design modifications that you're proposing?
I guess I wouldn't think of the word targeted in that respect. I think was using the word targeted there more just to say, that we would be focusing in on that particular group of customer. So perhaps focus would have been a better word.
But an individual customer taking service under the new proposed rates is not someone, this is someone who is not transitioning other than you have your 20-year transition period for existing customers. People coming under this rate once it is put in place are not suffering some kind of diminution. They are newly coming into a newly established rate, is that correct?
Yes.
They're not suffering a loss.
They're not suffering a loss in terms of being on a prior rate schedule and that rate schedule being amended. Yes, I think I would agree with that.
Now, turning again to the IR, to the very end of it, page 2 of the document. If you have that before you, it says, with regard to cost shifting caused by program costs, including rebates. First of all, program costs. You've applied for approval of a rate, not a program. Is that correct? I refer to your opening statement. You said there's an application for approval of 2 rates.
So our proposals here is specifically for the net metering service rates, and we would define programs here as our DSM programs.
Yeah, many rates underpin a program. For example, time of use rates put to you underpin a program, but they're a rate. Is that correct?
Well, time of use rate is a rate or rates, but specifically when we are talking about programs, I think our general reference would be, for example, our rebate program.
Yes, but I'm not going to belabor this. We're talking about applications for the approval of 2 rates, right?
Correct.
So with regard to cost shifting caused by program costs, and I understand you've sort of deconstructed the rate into the program cost bucket. You've got the 3 different buckets or 3 different sources of cross subsidy. Rubber hits the road, it's a rate, correct?
Correct.
It has a net impact, which is one of cross subsidy. Is that correct?
Correct.
With regard to the cost shifting caused by program costs, including rebates, solar rebate is outside the scope of this proceeding, no quarrel there. Want to focus on the final bullet. BC Hydro submits that it is appropriate for program costs to be recovered through general rates because the establishment of a net metering program reflects government policy goals. For further discussion at this point, refer to section 2.3.2 of the rate design. That's the other document that's in the aid. So talking about the justification of the cross subsidy on the basis of reflecting government policy goals, I suggest that this begs an obvious question. Which of your rates does not reflect government policy goals?
Yes, so I think the point we were trying to make there was that when we think about evaluating rates, there's a choice to be made in terms of whether we require the rate, if we're looking at an economic assessment of it, to pass that economic assessment with the program costs included. And what I mean by program costs in this instance is, for example, in the case of the net metering rates, there are staff costs associated with staff having to review the various applications that are sent in for net metering service. And so when we look at, for example, the energy price for net generation, we're not taking those staff costs involved in reviewing the various applications and deducting it off the energy price for net generation. That certainly is something that could be done. And I think the point that we're making here is just that because the net metering service rate is a clear government policy goal, and I think it is very clear that there is an intent to have a net metering service rate, that we believe it is more appropriate for those particular costs to be absorbed by all ratepayers rather than subject to that economic test.
But going back to my example of time of use rates, you'll agree with me that they reflect government policy goals.
I think that's probably true. I think the one caveat I would make is that time of use rates perhaps are a bit more time bound potentially, in the sense that in the current time varying rates that BC Hydro has deployed and is looking at deploying. We're looking at deploying that in response to system needs, and so perhaps would contrast that with the net metering rate that, at least when it was brought about in 2003, I think there was a focus on enabling customers to generate for their own use. So perhaps need, I think, was a factor as well, but there were other factors.
Okay, but to boil that down, they do, in a different sort of manner, reflect government policy goals. You'll agree with me that time of use rates were not designed to be cross-subsidized by other customer rates. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Are you saying that the government wants participants to be cross-subsidized by other ratepayers?
No, I don't think that's what we're saying. I think what we're saying is that the government wants BC Hydro to have a net metering rate, and based on that, we've made a decision not to deduct program costs from the energy price.
Does Hydro believe that encouraging rooftop solar is a higher priority than ameliorating affordability for non-participants?
No, I don't think we would say that it's a higher priority.
Is Hydro saying here that reflecting government policy can make a cross-subsidy more equitable? That is, we want to make it do rather than undo, if it is coherent with government policy.
Potentially. I think that what I would say is that when we look at consideration of government policy, that can have impacts that perhaps go beyond strictly economic or cost of service based impacts. And so in that sense, there could be impacts that result in other considerations beyond the ones that you mentioned.
Just tell you tangentially, if the issue of lifeline rates comes back before the Commission, I'm going to be making a note of your response to that question.
Noted.
Right. Now, in your document, in your response that I've just read, the final bullet, it takes us to section 2.3.2 of the 2024 redesign application, exhibit B1, and I note that the record of that proceeding is incorporated into the record of this one. I'm sorry, I don't have the PDF, so those of you who are trying to follow this electronically, I apologize for the inconvenience. Section 2.3.2, and I've reproduced that section here in the handout. You got it there? Can you please advise what passages in section 2.3.2 of the 2024 rate design application constitute further discussion on the issues of cross-subsidy and the impact of government policy on the issue of cross-subsidy?
Yes, so I think the reference that we were referring to there was specifically the point in section 2.3.2 of policy action number 20 of the 2002 energy plan, which stated that BC Hydro would be developing policies such as net metering.
Now, referring to your opening that you read to us this morning at page 3, don't have to go to it, you said that these rates, your words were improves fairness in relation to the existing rates. So I take it that you do not suggest that they eliminate unfairness, but only reduce it.
I think that's probably a fair statement. Again, maybe I would just caveat it with, I mean, fairness is one of the bond right principles, and I think as we've commonly talked about as BC Hydro, the bond right principles are weighed against each other, and so I don't know that it's possible to pursue fairness to the end without sacrificing some of those other objectives. But I take the point.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Quayle. Mr. Bear?
Next in the order of cross-examination is British Columbia Old Age Pensioners Organization.
Hello. I don't have any witness aid. I will refer to PDF pages of electronic record, if it's possible. So first topic I would like to clarify is purpose of net metering rates. And I would like to refer you to Exhibit B4 of initial application BC Hydro 2024 rate design application and PDF page 47. There we will find response to BC Sustainable Energy Association information request 1.4.1. And for the transcript, I will read it. On page 1, the first sentence in the block quote states, the net metering program was initiated as a load offsetting program and not intended by BC Hydro as a means of securing additional power supply. And on page 2, which will be PDF page 48, the last bullet point states, the purpose of rate schedule 1289 net metering service is so that customers who install a generating facility can generate electricity for their own use and apply excess generation as a credit to offset electricity consumption in a future billing cycle. Please confirm that acquiring additional energy supply as opposed to load reduction was not one of the purposes of the net metering program when initiated.
I think it's fair to say that it may not have been an original purpose of the net metering rate when it was initiated back in 2003. But in terms of whether it should be a purpose going forward, I think the commission panel at the time that was in place for BC Hydro's 2019 application, and we quoted this in that same IR response, did have, I think, fairly good guidance on that point. And basically what the panel said was that, while it may not have been an initial purpose, we shouldn't necessarily get wedded to that and say that it couldn't be a purpose over time, that needs would evolve over time, and that it may be appropriate over time for energy supply acquisition to be an objective of the rate. What I think BC Hydro has said on that point with regards to this proceeding and the point in time we're at now is that we do show in our integrated resource plans a need for future energy supply. We are advancing various measures to meet that future need, and we think it's appropriate for customer self-generation to be part of that mix.
Okay, just to confirm that, please confirm whether the purpose of the net metering program have now been expanded to include acquiring energy to meet future needs.
Yes, I think at this point, what BC Hydro would say is that it is an objective of the rate to contribute to future energy needs. The caveat, I would say, and I think we have spoken to this point in a different IR response. It's CIR 1.2.1 in Exhibit B15, is that it's appropriate for the rate to contribute to meeting future energy needs as long as the compensation for the energy is appropriate.
What particular aspects, if any, of the proposed RS 2289 are designed specifically to facilitate the acquisition of additional energy as opposed to just offsetting customers' energy on use?
I don't think there are any aspects of the proposed rate schedule 2289 that are specifically aimed at acquiring energy to meet future energy needs as opposed to customers' own use. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the two differences are between that rate and the rate schedule 1289, or the net billing compensation mechanism, and the net injection limit. Neither of those really have anything to do with getting additional supply onto the grid. What I would say on that point is I think a feature that both rate schedule 2289 and rate schedule 1289 have in common is that there isn't a restriction on how large the customer can build the generating facility relative to their load, provided that they stay within that net injection limit. And that was an issue that was explored quite a bit in the 2019 application. At the time, BC Hydro had proposed essentially a bit of a ratio concept where if you had a certain amount of load, you couldn't build your generating facility much bigger than that load. Ultimately, the Commission rejected that proposal, and the reason the Commission gave for rejecting that proposal was that, in their view, if the compensation being paid for the generation was appropriate, then there wouldn't be a need for that kind of a restriction. And so I think we've carried forward that same principle here, where we're saying we think 10 cents per kilowatt hour is appropriate compensation, and if that's appropriate compensation, then there isn't a need to be more restrictive in that regard as on the size.
And now I will move to specific community generation service rate. And I refer to Exhibit B1, PDF page 160. Its application. The first sentence states, BC Hydro is applying to offer a new community generation service rate so that multiple customers who may otherwise be unable to install generating facilities, like renters or strata residents, can share the benefits of a single shared generating facility. And the last sentence states, the rate is not intended to provide an alternative way for independent power producers to sell energy to BC. And then I will refer you to Exhibit B15, PDF page 289. It will be response to BC Sustainable Energy Association Information Request 1.4.4. And the first sentence.
Just wait one.
Yeah.
Before you.
PDF page 289. 289.
Yeah. Okay, please go ahead.
First sentence of the response. The intent of the community generation service is to encourage community-based generation so that multiple customers who may otherwise be unable to install generating facilities can share the benefits of a single shared generating facilities. And in the same exhibit, B15, but different IR to BC Sustainable Energy Association, it will be on, I think, next page. PDF page 298 now, 298. It will be IR 1.5.3. The last sentence to the response states, the intent of the community generation service rate is to allow customers who may otherwise be unable to install generating facilities to participate in behind-the-meter generation service. So I want just to clarify what actually the purpose of RS 2290, community generation service rate, is it to allow customers who is unable to install behind-the-meter generation to participate in the behind-the-meter generation service per the first reference, BC Sustainable Energy IR 1.5.3, or to share the benefits of a single shared generating facility per BC CEA 1.4.4. So you provided two different purposes. So I want to clarify either or, both, or what?
I would characterize the second reference, the share and the benefits of the shared generating facility, as an extension of the first. And so really what we're trying to do with the community generation service rate, which we've proposed in response to interests that customers and stakeholders have expressed, is recognize that there's customers out there that are not in a position to install their own self-generation. That could be because they are in a strata, for example, and they don't have the ability to put that panels on their own individual unit. And so we're trying to recognize that group of customers and give them an avenue to participate in self-generation if they would like to. And by doing so under the community generation service rate, they would be sharing in the benefits of a shared facility as opposed to their own personal facility.
Please confirm if the purpose of RS 2290 also include acquiring additional energy.
Yes.
So now moving to next topic, which would be price for exported energy. And please refer to Exhibit B9, actual and PDF page 6. A second full paragraph states the purpose, the proposed energy price is intended to represent fair compensation for the actual economic value or utility value as described in Dansky's value and cost shifting report of net generation. And next, in the Exhibit B-13, response to BC Utility Commission IR 1.2.1, PDF page 7. The response confirms that BC Hydro's position that the energy price should reflect BC Hydro's avoided cost. And finally, just to create a framework for my question, I'm referring to Exhibit B-15, response to BC Sustainable Energy Association on PDF page 275. It would be IR 1.2.3.2. And last paragraph states, as discussed in BC Hydro's response, an energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour for all net generation is based on Dansky's assessment of utility benefits and was not set on the basis of achieving a specific customer payback period. And based on these responses, please confirm that energy price to be paid under the proposed net metering service rate is meant to reflect the value of energy exported to BC Hydro system from a utility perspective.
Yes.
Now, please refer to Exhibit B-8 and PDF pages 310 to 312. 310 to 312. There will be Dansky set out derivation of the utility components of the three frameworks on those pages. And I would like to confirm that the avoided cost framework does not rely on the timing of the energy exported. Is it correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the last few words?
This first framework, avoided cost framework, does not rely on the timing of the energy exported, on the timing.
That's correct.
And the two other frameworks, expanded and comprehensive framework, do rely on the timing of generation in determining first the energy value, second the generation capacity value, third the distribution line losses, fourth transmission capacity, and fifth distribution capacity.
Yes, so what I would say, and this goes back to the point that I made earlier about the purpose of the frameworks being to capture the uncertainty around benefit estimation. Dansky can certainly speak to this further, if it's their frameworks, but the way I would characterize it is that with regards to energy, the avoided cost framework takes a bit of a higher level approach. It takes the energy along our marginal cost and assumes it remains constant throughout the year and applies that as a flat value for determining the energy value. Under the expanded framework, Dansky took a more granular approach, and they considered whether there were particular times of the year where, because of how the generation was showing up, BC Hydro might be more exposed to the wholesale market, and they factored that wholesale market exposure into the energy valuation. That generally decreased the energy valuation when they did that. And so in that respect, the avoided cost framework would take a less conservative approach to energy valuation, and the expanded framework would take a more conservative approach to energy valuation. On the flip side, you mentioned some capacity factors, and so the reverse is true in that respect. As we've talked about before, the avoided cost framework makes a fairly simplifying assumption that there generally is not a capacity benefit to solar because it does not have coincidence with BC Hydro's winter peak. The expanded framework takes a more granular approach and says, perhaps there is a bit of a benefit there, and how might we quantify that? And Dunsky looked at some proxies from other jurisdictions to try and do that for BC Hydro. And so taken together, you've got two frameworks, one that is more conservative on energy but less conservative on capacity, and the other which is the reverse. And they combine together to give a good sense of the value. They happen to be closely aligned, and we picked 10 cents, which was in between the two.
Yeah, next question is more detailed about those frameworks. Maybe it's for Dunsky, but maybe you will respond as well. Please explain whether for the expanded and comprehensive frameworks, the timing, which we spoke about, is based on the total generation of attributed to behind-the-meter solar, or just the timing of the exported energy?
I think I would refer you to Dunsky on that question.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's speak about inclusion of capacity benefits in energy price. You touched on capacity value under different frameworks while answering Mr. Wiffer's question, but I have a couple of further questions. Please refer to Exhibit B-15, PDF page 27. It will be response to BCO, APO, and RCA IR 1.6.1. On the first page of the response, two middle paragraph states, avoided distribution capacity costs are driven by a resource's ability to reduce net peak demand on the distribution system. This benefit is based on the customer's net demand at the time of the feeder's peak, which may be reduced by both self-consumed and exported solar energy, provided the generation occurs during the peak window and the net export does not exceed the feeder's demand. And it's going on next. As such, isolating distribution capacity benefits only to self-consumed energy would not be appropriate. And then you explain why. Please confirm that self-consumed solar generation reduces a customer demand on the distribution system and therefore provides a distribution capacity benefit.
I think, yes, it's correct that the generation of a customer behind the meter would reduce their demand. With regards to how that was considered in the distribution capacity benefit, I think Dunsky would probably be better able to answer how they considered that particular piece.
Also, please confirm that exported solar energy fed into the system will not increase demand on the local distribution system, local feeder.
I think that's probably a better question for the second BC Hydro panel and Mr. Ellis.
Okay, thank you. Then I will move to the next issue. So while answering Mr. Quayle's questions, you already explained that program cost was to be recovered through general rates because a net metering program reflects government policy goals. And then in response to Move Up IR, it will be Exhibit B-15, page 829. It will be IR 1.2.2.5. In second paragraph, you state that program costs associated with net metering are $455 per customer. And then in table below, you mentioned that it would be, I'm reading column 3, last row, average program cost is 0.248 cents per kilowatt hour. My question is why this cost has not been incorporated in the determination of the energy price, which would result in a lower proposed energy price, considering that per previous statement, the proposed energy price is intended to represent fair compensation for the actual economic value of the net generation.
Yes, so I think we addressed this a bit with Mr. Quayle, but what I'll say is that that is something that we considered with regards to the energy price, whether those program costs should be deducted. Ultimately, the decision we made was that we shouldn't deduct those costs, and really the basis of that determination for BC Hydro was that we believe that the policy intent of government is that there should be a net metering program in place, and that program should be in place I don't want to necessarily say in perpetuity, but essentially on an ongoing basis, maybe would be the better way to characterize it. And so if there's an objective to have a program in place on an ongoing basis, it didn't feel in our evaluation like we should be deducting the cost associated with doing that from the energy price for net generation itself, that those should be costs common to all ratepayers.
Do you feel that you need to be reconciled with your statement that proposed energy price is intended to represent fair compensation for the actual economic value of net generation, or you don't see any conflict with this objective?
I don't see a conflict. I mean, I think it is a true statement that the energy price reflects the utility benefit value. There is a program cost with administering the rate, and I think there's a valid debate to be had around how those costs should be treated. I guess the way I would look at it is I don't think it's maybe a matter for the energy price and whether the energy price is economic. I think maybe the better question, and perhaps I should have characterized it like this earlier, is who should those costs be recovered from? Should they be recovered from all ratepayers, or should they be recovered from net metering customers only? And so again, I think BC Hydro's position would be the program cost should be recovered from all ratepayers, because it is clear that there's a policy goal to have this program available on an ongoing basis. Certainly there is an alternative where you would recover it from the net metering customers only. I had previously suggested that could be done through deducting it off the energy price. Well, that's possible. I think probably what I should have said was that there could have been some mechanism through which that cost recovery was done only through those customers, and that's certainly a different choice. It wasn't the choice that we made.
Now I move into next issue, which relates to time of use price others. And going back to BC Hydro's statement from Exhibit B9, we just were speaking about it, that proposed energy price is intended to represent fair compensation. And also I refer to Exhibit B-13, it would be PDF page 23. It's BCUC IR 1.4.1. And last paragraph on the first page states, it may be appropriate for the energy price for net generation to vary based on a time of delivery factor to account for value of solar energy delivered based on a seasonality and by on-peak versus off-peak hours. And then you state that key issues to consider in this regard are whether customers would be able to respond to such varying price signals and whether the application of such price signals would be optional. Please explain why the key issue is not whether or not the system value of exported energy varies sufficiently to warrant having the energy price value based on a time of delivery factor, regardless of whether or not customers are able to respond. As this issue, this will ensure that the price represents a fair compensation for the actual economic value of the exported energy.
Yes. So what I would say there is I think it really is just an issue of how granular you get in rate design, and then whether you make all customers subject to those price signals or not. And so what I mean by that is the energy price of 10 cents per kilowatt hour is a flat price. It doesn't vary based on the time of day or the time of year. It is possible to design a rate that would vary based on the time of day versus or the time of year. What would happen in that instance, though, is that the overall aggregate value would still be 10 cents. There would simply be periods of time where there would be a charge or a value less than 10 cents and periods of time where there would be a value greater than 10 cents, but in aggregate, it would still work out to 10 cents. And so in that respect, the lack of a time varying rate in this respect is not, I would submit, overcompensating or undercompensating customers. It simply is a degree of granularity in terms of where we're applying the price signals. I think as has been discussed in this proceeding, BC Hydro had been exploring whether to introduce a time varying price on the energy price. We didn't quite get there in terms of a proposal for this proceeding. It is something we'd like to explore in future, and I think the recent experience we have with the residential time of day rate, which bolts on top of the existing residential service rates, gives us confidence that we could bolt such a concept on top of the net metering service rates in the future if there was a basis to do so.
And while you're exploring this, what, if any, issues exist in determining if and by how much the system value of exported energy varies based on the time of delivery?
I'm not sure if it's as much an issue of determining how much the value varies based on the time of day or the time of year. I think that is something that we have insight into. I think the reason that we didn't advance a time varying concept in this proceeding are a couple things. I think one, if we're going to advance a concept like that, I think we want to be confident that there's an ability for customers to respond. To simply put those price signals out there and have no response to it wouldn't necessarily generate any additional value for ratepayers. So I think that's one consideration, and perhaps a consideration that as the uptake of battery systems becomes more prevalent, becomes something that comes more into play. I think the second consideration that we had was as we looked at our proposal in more detail, and Dunsky gave us some advice around this, we did run into some challenges in terms of just wanting to understand better how customers might respond. And in particular, we had a concern around energy arbitrage. And so we didn't want to have a situation where customers were simply using a battery system to take energy from BC Hydro and then sell it back to BC Hydro at a higher price at a later time. We didn't think that was necessarily appropriate. And so we thought we would need more time to think about that phenomenon and how to appropriately manage it before introducing such a price.
And now we move to another topic about hourly pricing data. Please refer to Exhibit B-13, PDF page 25, response to BCUC IR 1.4.2. And the third paragraph there states that the Dunsky study did not utilize hourly energy price data. My question is, does BC Hydro intend to, or on its own or in conjunction with Dunsky, refine the calculations as to the energy benefit from solar net generation by utilizing hourly price data?
We don't. And the reason for that is that really, Dunsky can probably speak more to this, but generally what I would say is that what Dunsky said was that using hourly price data would be a more robust analysis, but that there were data challenges with doing that. And Dunsky can speak more to what those are, but as an example, I would cite, you can imagine Dunsky's study period was 25 years long. If they're looking at hourly price data over a period of 25 years, that's a lot of data points to take into account. And so they made the decision that getting to that level of granularity wasn't something they could do. They did indicate that if they were to go in that direction, they felt that it probably would reduce the value of solar, but neither BC Hydro or Dunsky, and certainly they could confirm this, I think neither of us have any insight beyond that in terms of the impact, and it's not something we think we're in a position to study further at this juncture.
Thank you. I will ask you, and probably will ask Dunsky the same question. I understood that the data availability is the issue. And why the same price or cost data that will be used to establish the time varying energy price for net generation, per previous question, could not also be used to refine the determination of the annual energy price.
So the data that you're speaking to in those instances actually is different. And so when we're looking at, for example, our residential time of day rate, what we're doing there is we're taking our marginal capacity cost and we're looking at a block of peak hours and we're allocating that marginal capacity cost out to those peak hours. And if we were to design a time varying price for net generation, that essentially would be the exercise that we're doing. And that is something we're in a position to do. That's different from the hourly price data that Dunsky's referring to that's being referenced. That is, as I understand it, hourly data on the wholesale market and the mid-C prices and forecast of those. And so that is the data that there's limitations around, but it's different than the data we'd be using for designing time varying rates like the residential time of day rate.
Thank you. I'm moving to the next topic. Just a second. Transition period. So you already confirmed today that BC Hydro's transition proposal was revised, and it is set out in response to BCUC IR 1.15.1. It would be Exhibit B-13, PDF page 113. I will read it just to have it on the record. Second sentence of the first paragraph states, we are now proposing to allow existing net metering service rate RS 1289 customers who did not receive BC Hydro's solar rebate to stay on RS 1289 for a period of 20 years from the net metering service start date, as defined in the updated rate schedule 1289 before transitioning to the self-generation service rate. And now I just want to confirm some numbers from Exhibit B13 on page 99. Its response to BCUC IR 1.13.1. Response indicated that the transition option cost was 41 million. I'm looking at table 1, transition option cost at the bottom of page 1, the last row corrected, and the last column average residential payback period from net metering service start date. My question is, does the revision of the transition start date set out in BCUC IR 1.15.1 change this cost estimate?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Response to BCUC IR 1.13.1 also set out the number of customers eligible for transition option. It's set in table 4 at page 4 of the response. It would be PDF page 102. And question, does the revision of transition start date set out in the cited BCUC response change these estimates?
No, it doesn't. So under BC Hydro's proposal, what we're trying to do really is to find the best start time that can reflect customers' benefit under rate schedule 1289. Originally, we thought the net metering service start date wasn't a readily available data point in our system. Therefore, we proposed the interconnection approval date as a really close enough proxy. And later during the course, we understand that this data point is available, so we propose the update instead. And also the customers that would be eligible for the transition would be the ones that are currently taking service under rate schedule 1289 who have not received BC Hydro's rebate. So the number of customers under that condition doesn't change. They're about 10,800 in total.
Thank you. And I'm looking at table 4. Would I be correct to conclude that well over half of the customers eligible for transition would be on it for 15 years or more?
Yes, roughly. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, as I understand it, the basis for choosing your proposed transition period was that it keeps existing customers whole and that this appropriately balances the interest of existing net metering customers and the interest of other ratepayers. It's in Exhibit B-8, PDF page 39.
Yes.
Can we turn now to Exhibit B-15? It will be response to BCO, APO, NRC, IR, PDF page 106. IR 1.19.1. At second paragraph, you describe the estimated 3-year transition period for RIB rate customers to transition to the flat rate, and note that this transition period provides some recognition of any capital investments RIB rate customers may have made through BC Hydro DSM program. So we were asked about different program there. Can you confirm that while it may provide some recognition of the investments made by RIB customers in DSM, it was not designed so as to hold those customers whole?
Yes, I think that's fair. So the issue that information request response was exploring was, I think BCUC APO had asked, well, you're protecting the payback period in this instance, BC Hydro, are there other examples where you propose transition periods to protect customer investment? And so we had referenced the residential inclining block rate transition as well as the transmission rate, stepped rate transition to a flat rate as instances where we proposed transition periods and customers may have made investments in demand side management under tiered rate structures, and there's a transition to the flat rate in the recognition of those investments. You're correct that both of those transition periods are less than the transition period being proposed here, and we weren't necessarily trying to keep those customers whole with those transition periods.
Yeah, for both residential and transmission, because my next question is about transmission, so it's also not designed to keep transmission customers whole, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I'm moving to next topic, monitoring and updating. So I'm referring to Exhibit B-15, PDF page 90. Its response to BCO, APO, and RC IR 1.15.1. And I'm reading last paragraph on the page. BC Hydro is proposing to file an evaluation report with BCUC by April 30th, 2030. I don't know if I need to read. I will not read all the paragraph here. I'll just go to next reference, which will be Exhibit B-15. and response to move up questions, PDF page 806, IR 1.1.4. And response states, the utility benefit values presented in table C-3 of the Dansky value and cost shifting report suggest that the year 2032 could mark such an inflection point. However, BC Hydro notes that the decline in utility benefit values beyond 2032 is somewhat gradual and that these values may change over time. BC Hydro proposals consider the timing of this potential inflection point. Please confirm that BC Hydro's proposal to review the energy price in 5 years' time is based on the fact that, based on current forecast, the utility benefits in cents per kilowatt hour are fairly constant over the next 5 years, but then start to change after that.
Yes, that's correct.
And next I'm going to Exhibit B-15, PDF page 280. Its response to BC Sustainable Energy Association IR 1.3.2. And I'm reading at the second line of the second paragraph. Dansky assessed the value of solar using a number of value components, such as cost of energy, distribution line lost, cost of generation, transmission and distribution capacity. And then third paragraph starts, among these, cost of energy has the highest contribution under all three value of solar frameworks. Why, if the 2025 IRP showed either a significant change in the near-term energy long-run marginal cost values or suggests that they could change materially in the future before 2032, it would not be more appropriate to revisit the value for energy price sooner.
Sorry, I might have missed the question. But,
okay. So we're just speaking about that cost of energy is the highest contributor under all three frameworks. And you just filed your IRP. If this IRP will show a significant change in near-term energy long-run marginal cost, or will suggest that they could change materially before 2032, would it be more appropriate to revisit value for energy price sooner that you're proposing?
Thank you. I'd make 2 points. The first is that the energy along the marginal cost in the 2025 Integrated Resource Plan is the same as what was used in Dunsky's analysis in this proceeding, $97 per megawatt hour, so there's no change there. The second point I would make is we do say in our response to BCUC IR 1.3.4.1 and Exhibit B13 that in BC Hydro's view, it's not necessarily required to update the energy price for net generation under rate schedule 2289 and 2290 every time there's a change in the underlying marginal costs. The reason that we have that view is twofold, I think. Number one, you can imagine that could be somewhat disruptive. The price could be changing somewhat frequently. But two is that if you think about what's actually happening when we do that, what we're actually doing if we do that every single time is we're taking the energy price for net generation and we're pushing it to the end of the value stack, the marginal slice of the value stack. That's essentially giving the value of solar the marginal value in perpetuity. And in our view, that's not necessarily something that would need to be done. I think what we're trying to do here is send a price signal that reflects the value to BC Hydro. That value may change over time, but it's not necessarily necessary in our view to then take the energy price being sent to customers that made an investment decision at a particular point in time and change it and shove it back up to the value stack as that value changes in future years.
Okay.
Just if I can just follow up. And so, I mean, wouldn't that be similar to signing an EPA, an electricity purchase agreement with somebody who's making an investment on the supply side. And again, thinking about that's what your long run marginal cost is.
Yes, I think that's an appropriate comparison. So maybe to just take that a little bit further, we just had a 2024 call for power. There were prices bid in that have informed the longer marginal cost out of that call for power. BC Hydro's proposed in our 2025 IRP another call for power. There will be prices that come out of that call for power. We wouldn't then go back to the IPPs from the 2024 call and give them the prices that we gave the IPPs in the 2025 call.
Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to confirm that Dansky's calculation of the utility benefits from solar net generation uses a number of value components, including the cost of energy, distribution line loss, cost of generation, transmission, and distribution capacity, as per response we just looked for earlier.
Yes.
And now, in response to BC Utility Commission, Exhibit B-13, PDF page 18, its response 1.3.4.1. First paragraph at page 2 states, the process to update Dansky's analysis of utility benefit values based on an updated LRMC, long run marginal cost of energy, is not formulaic. Dansky's assessment of utility benefits considers other value components. I just want to ask if your most recent filed IRP provides the current avoided cost for energy, transmission capacity, and distribution capacity. What about updating Dansky's analysis would not be formulaic?
Yeah, so there are 4 longer marginal costs that feed into Dansky's analysis. There's the energy longer marginal cost, there's the non-bulk transmission capacity longer marginal cost, there's the distribution capacity longer marginal cost, and there's the generation capacity longer marginal cost. The first 3 that I mentioned, all of those values are the same in the 2025 IRP as they are in the study that Dansky did in this proceeding. With regards to the longer marginal cost of generation capacity, the value that is used for that in the 2025 IRP that was recently filed is $300 a kilowatt year. That is higher than the value Dansky used in their value of solar study in this proceeding, which was $115 a kilowatt year. It is possible to update Dansky's analysis to reflect that value. What I would say about that value, though, is if you go to the 2025 IRP, there are some caveats that BC Hydro puts around that value, and maybe I'll just highlight some of them. The first is that we haven't had what we refer to as a price discovery process for capacity resources. What we mean by that is the 2024 call for power was a price discovery process that informed the energy longer marginal cost. Capacity longer marginal cost, we have initiated a request for expression of interest, but that's not a price discovery process, and so we're really just giving our best estimate, but it hasn't been informed by the market. The second point that we make in the IRP is that there's really a wide range of uncertainty around the cost of capacity resources, and so we've used in the 2025 IRP what we refer to as a point estimate of $300 a kilowatt year. But what we say there is that there's wide variability around that number, and the reason being that the 2025 IRP is advancing what we refer to as Revelstoke Unit 6. That's a well understood capacity resource. We think we understand the cost of it. After that capacity resource, there's really a lot of uncertainty around what the capacity resources are and what their costs are, and so a lot of variability around that $300 estimate.
Thank you. I'm moving to the next issue, scope of future review, and referring to Exhibit B-15, PDF page 367. response to Clean Energy Association of BC IR 1.6.1. And response states, in BC Hydro's view, this proceeding should decide on key issues, such as whether Dansky's methodologies provide an appropriate basis for the energy price for net generation, and whether societal benefits should be included. And in the same exhibit, but response to BCO APO and RCA, PDF page 251, it's IR 1.46.2. Last paragraph states, the evaluation report could propose a change in the energy price that would be effective January 1st, 2031. Such a change to the energy price, if proposed, would consider updated inputs on utility benefits, and if there was a divergence between the frameworks, could evaluate which framework should provide a basis for an updated energy price. And I just want to clarify whether it is BC Hydro's view that the BCUC should determine during this proceeding which of Dansky's frameworks should be used in the event they yield different results in the future in terms of utility benefits, or whether this question should be left until such a divergence occurs.
Yes, so the point we were trying to make there is that, as I've discussed previously, Dunsky undertook their analysis using multiple frameworks because, in their view, there is variability. And so we have these two frameworks that take different approaches to try and capture that variability. In this case, the resulting outcomes of those frameworks are pretty close with regards to the utility benefit values. And so I think really what we were trying to convey in that discussion was to say, in BC Hydro's view, it's probably not the best use of time to spend a lot of time in this proceeding getting into all the nuts and bolts of those frameworks and really debating, well, which one's right on capacity and which one's right on energy. Really more take Dunsky's point that, look, there's different approaches, there's some variability, we're trying to capture it, and we've arrived at frameworks that are closely aligned. Now, going forward, if those frameworks were to show values that were diverging quite a bit, then what we were trying to say in our response is that it may be the case in future years that the Commission would want to turn to that matter more closely and say, okay, well, let's go through each part of the value stack of each framework and let's have a debate about which approach is more appropriate. So in our view, if that's the world that we're in 5 years from now, that would potentially be an appropriate exercise. Our submission at this juncture is that because there is variability and because the frameworks are relatively closely aligned, that we don't necessarily need to get into that exercise.
So we will choose between frameworks if needed during review later on, right? This is your proposal? Thank you. And I'm moving on my last topic, community generation service. First issue would be about eligibility. I'm referring to Exhibit B-15, PDF page 316, response to BC Sustainable Energy Association IR 1.7.1. Paragraph 3 of the response states, as stated, it's actually a pretty long reference. You can read it maybe on your own. But basically, it is about benefiting customers list. And there's 3 different requirements listed bullet points which will be reviewed. Benefiting customers hold an account. For residential service or general service customer, the account is not already taking service under RS 1289 or 2289. Account is not already benefiting customers. So basically you set several requirements there for benefiting customers. But then in next reference, I'm referring to the updated tariff sheet for RS 2290. It's Exhibit B-16, PDF pages 29 to 30. It is Appendix 1 of clean copy, PDF pages 29 to 30. And I'm looking at point 8, starting on page 3, which also sets out requirements limiting anyone benefiting customers' maximum share of the community generation account balance based on the total number of benefiting customers. I will not recite, but it's there. However, there is no reference in response, which we just looked, BC Sustainable Energy Association, as to how BC Hydro will ensure that these requirements are being met. Does BC Hydro plan on requiring the community generator customer to also provide the details regarding the percentage allocation that will be made to each benefiting customer?
So as specified under definition 3, benefiting customer list in rate schedule 2290, we do set that upon application, the community generator customer has to submit a benefiting customer list to BC Hydro, which will include the name, the account number, and the percentage allocation of each benefiting customer's share of the net generation.
So community generator customers will provide this information to BC Hydro?
Yes, as part of the application process.
And will BC Hydro be contacting the benefiting customers to ensure the provided percentage allocations are correct?
I will answer this on the high level, but the details on the specific implementation, it would be BC Hydro's panel can provide further clarifications. So as BC Hydro proposed, allocating the credits to benefiting customers, BC Hydro bills will be an optional service. So if a community generator customer participates in the optional credit billing service, BC Hydro will have a view and will allocate the percentage of the share according to the list that we received. But if the community generator customer does not participate, then BC Hydro will provide the credit to the community generator customer, and they will allocate the credits to their benefiting customers. In that event, we will have no visibility. But I do want to say BC Hydro proposed an audit. So upon audit, the community generator customer does have to provide the required documentation. And as I say, the second BC Hydro panel can answer in more detail.
Thank you. And I think I'm moving to my last line of questions, I would say. About billing.
So just to cut in, so we're at 12:10, but I'd love to get through your questions.
Yes, I probably will be able to.
You only have 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, I have just basically one question with possible sub-question depending on the response.
Go ahead then.
So it's about billing service for community generation service. I'm referring to Exhibit B-1 in original application, PDF page 166. And starting at line 6, it states that as an optional service to community generators and their benefiting customers, BC Hydro may administer the allocation of the financial values of net generation to benefiting customers on a cost recovery basis. And then it continues. I will not read all of it, but I will refer to Exhibit B-15, PDF page 319, response to BC Sustainable Energy Association IR 1.7.3. Last paragraph on page 1 states, in the evidentiary update on the net metering, BC Hydro proposed to offer the optional credit billing service at no cost to community generator customers for a 2-year period to allow it to evaluate the cost and details of the service. After the 2-year period, BC Hydro would either enter into agreements with community generation customers to offer the service on a cost recovery basis should they elect to continue to participate in the optional service. And the same response on page 4, which would be PDF page 322. I'm looking at 3 bullet points in the middle of the page where BC Hydro offers examples of other instances where BC Hydro has recovered its incremental cost from the customers, requesting and solely benefiting from the service. And as you know, in some of these examples, the recovery is done based on actual cost incurred, and in other examples, the recovery is based on a tariff approved by BC Utility Commission. In case of the credit billing service, which approach does BC Hydro plan to use?
I think that's probably a question better for the second BC Hydro panel on implementation.
Okay. Then we're done. Thank you. That's all my questions for this panel.
So one thing we could do is make sure that the BC Hydro panel already has looked at the reference to this question, so you won't have to take a long time to set up your question. You can just come up and ask the question.
They can start responding it right away.
Yeah, excellent, excellent.
That's good.
So you're done now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And this is a good time just for me to remind everyone, I work hard to really pay attention, and sometimes I feel like I'm hearing almost the same questions sometimes. So when we have a break for lunch now, it's an opportunity for other cross-examiners to go through your lists and see questions that you don't need to ask because we've got an answer to them. So it's now, 12:15. Guess we'll take 1 hour and reconvene at 1:15 then. There's no other matters to take care of, Mr. Bear, before. Okay. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you, and we'll see you in an hour.
300